Welcome to day one of the Fixed Ops Roundtable Roaring 20s event. We're all spiffed up for today's spectacular show, and we hope you are too. Now here's the cat's meow herself, Kara Delane.
Good morning, gals and fellas, and welcome to the one and only Fixed Ops Roundtable Roaring 20s event. I'm your co-host, Kara Delane from Hinson Brand Dealerships. This swanky event is the cat's pajamas of the automotive industry. So don't be caught ironing your shoelaces or clutching your pearls. Spiffy up and set your peepers forward as we welcome you to the real shebang That is the Fixed Ops Roundtable. Eager to buzz in? The best way to mix and mingle is to join our speakeasy by using the chat feature on the right side of your screen. Just make sure that you select everyone and not just host and panelist. Up next is the big cheese himself, Dr. Lou, who is here to give us an insight into how the Leukemia and Lymphoma Society is working together to knock out cancer.
Good morning and welcome to the Fixed Ops Roundtable, Roaring Twenties event. The Leukemia and Lymphoma Society is the leader in the fight to cure blood cancer. It is the largest nonprofit dedicated to creating a world without blood cancers, having invested nearly $1.5 billion with a B in groundbreaking research, pioneering many of today's most innovative approaches. Their Dare to Dream project is the bigger, bolder next phase in their children's initiative. Dr. Louis DeGennaro is the president and CEO of the Leukemia and Lymphoma Society. He is a great friend of the retail automotive community, and we welcome him back. Dr. Lou, welcome to the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Thank you, Ted. Really great to be here with you today.
And, Kara and I have been preparing for this event for a long time. You were with us last fall, and thank you because you really got our community kicked off between this event and the next one that we have coming up in November. Our audience is going to learn a whole lot about LLS and the Dare to Dream project. So if I may, tell us a little bit, Dr. Lou, today about Dare to Dream and maybe how that came about.
I'm happy to, Ted. As you said, Dare to Dream is the biggest, most bold program that I think the LLS organization in its nearly 70 plus years of history has ever attempted. Our goal is to completely revolutionize the way children with cancer are treated, to get rid of toxic chemotherapy that these children are given and replace it with modern 21st century medicines that kill the cancer, but you know what? Leave the rest of the child unharmed so they don't have any long-term side effects. In a nutshell, that's what Dare to Dream is all about. And I've challenged the team 5 years. We're going to do this in 5 years. This isn't, 20 years or forever. This is 5 years.
Wow. In 5 short years, everything's going to change.
Absolutely. Since you asked, Ted, let me tell you where it came from. This really takes the Leukemia and Lymphoma Society back to its roots. So I mentioned we're over 70 years old as an organization. We were founded by a father and mother who lost their 16-year-old son to leukemia. And honestly, their love of him, their grief, and their determination to never have another family go through the experience they went through was what brought them to found the organization and to set out on this pathway to cure leukemia initially and then all blood cancers. So this really takes us back to our roots, where we started as an organization, founded by a family for families to serve patients and their families. And we're gonna finally deliver on the goals and objectives of our founders.
Wow. And why do you think, Dr. Lou, that the needs for these children are different than, say, some of the adults?
Yeah, Kerri, it's a great question. I think the easiest way to put it to you is children are not just little adults. They're not just miniature adults. And when they get cancer, they get a different disease than adults do. If you think, if as scientists, we look at the genetic underpinning of the disease, and it's different in children than it is in adults. The way children respond to treatment is different than adults do. So we need to design and develop new treatments that are specific for those children. The other thing is, today, most children are treated in a one-size-fits-all kind of protocol. We can do better, right? Again, it's toxic chemotherapy that they're given, and their little bodies remarkably can tolerate it, but it leaves them with long-term side effects, and that's the real goal of Dare to Dream. Get rid of those long-term side effects like memory and learning disabilities and motor coordination disabilities and heart damage that comes from the chemotherapy. We're gonna delete those. We're gonna get rid of those. So precision medicine, the right drug to the right child at the right time, rather than this one-size-fits-all current treatment that's in place, and getting rid of those toxic chemotherapies. That's what's different about this.
Wow. Dr. Lou, at this event, the Roaring Twenties, today, tomorrow, and Thursday, we're going to be challenging our automotive community, our family of dealers, our sponsors, our speakers, to join us with LLS in the fight to cure blood cancers. And we're going to focus on Dare to Dream, the children's initiative. If you would, tell us maybe some of the ways that you help young patients and their families.
Thanks, Ted. This is really, really important. We've spoken so far about research, and yes, it's important to do this research and bring new treatments. But let's bring it back to the personal side. Hearing that your child has leukemia, that your child has lymphoma, that your child has a blood cancer, comes as a real, I said it a minute ago, a real kick in the gut for people. And there are huge implications there, right? Generally, because the child is going to be in the hospital for quite a long time, the current treatment regime takes 3 years. 3 years of constant visits to the hospital and treatments at home and so on. It's a tremendous financial burden, a time burden. We need to be there to support not just the patient, but the family as well. One of the caregivers generally has to leave work. The whole thing becomes financially toxic to the family. That's a time suck. So we're there to do these things as well. We're there to provide information, to provide financial aid, to provide guidance and support for the families undergoing this. We're there to hold their hand. We're there side by side with them. We help guide them to the right physician, the right clinical trial. Whatever they need, we want to be there side by side with them to help them. And that's the human side. That's the personal side of this kind of diagnosis and Dare to Dream.
So as you're helping all of these families, not just the patients, Dr. Lou, what would you say is the biggest need at LLS right now? And what will donations that hopefully we can bring on the Fixed Ops Roundtable help accomplish?
So lots of things. We talked a bit about research. Let's talk about that a little bit more. Something really remarkable happened in the 1960s with respect to childhood cancer. Pediatricians got together and they agreed to do two things. They agreed to run clinical trials with pediatric patients, and they agreed to share the information. And making that simple decision improved the survival rate from about 10% childhood leukemia survival to from 10% to 90%. Wow. Sharing information is incredibly important. It allows what we learn in one clinical trial can be built upon in the next one, and the next one, and the next one. That's how we got to 90%. We can apply that same thing here. And some of the dollars raised here for Dare to Dream will go to supporting a worldwide information system where physicians and scientists will be sharing information about their patients all across the world. This is going to accelerate how quickly we're able to get to this goal of a world without these blood cancers. So that's just one little snippet on the research side. And of course, some of the funds will go to help patients' needs directly. And I can't think of anything more important than supporting the patient while we help them through treatment.
Wow. We're so humbled to be able to work with you, Dr. Lou. We've met so many people whose lives have been touched. A young cancer patient comes to mind that Kara interviewed. It is Jude, who will be back with us between now and the next event. Everyone, I'm going to ask you, if you would, to get your smartphones ready, open up your cameras, and we're going to be putting a QR code on the screen. And you are going to see this throughout today's event, tomorrow and on Thursday. And please give generously whatever you can. The URL is fixedopscares.org. Again, fixedopscares.org. You can scan the QR code on your screen right now with your camera. That will take you directly to a webpage that is the Leukemia and Lymphoma Society. Your donations go directly there. They will support the Dare to Dream project, and we're going to ask you to give generously whatever you can, whether it's a few dollars or whether it's more. You see, we've already got it up and running, and we're going to put this on the screen. Kara, I'm going to ask you throughout today and tomorrow and Thursday if you would share this with our audience to help support Dr. Lou and the great work that's being done by the Leukemia and Lymphoma Society for Dare to Dream. And Dr. Lou, we're going to come back and meet with you in November, because that entire event, that entire 3-day Fixed Ops Roundtable, Dr. Lou, is going to be focused on Dare to Dream. And we've got a great message, and we're going to ask our community to play a big part in marketing that and helping us, achieve our goal. And on behalf of the Fixed Ops and the automotive community, Dr. Lou, thank you so much for what you are doing.
Thank you, Ted. Thanks very much to your audience. We feel a real bond and a partnership with you all. I have to tell you that over the Labor Day weekend, I was at Lime Rock Raceway Park in Connecticut, my home state of Connecticut, watching the historic car races. And your background there with that 20s vehicle really kind of takes me back to that. There were some great historic cars race cars on display there at Lime Rock.
And we'll see a lot of that in this event. Dr. Louis DeGennaro from the Leukemia and Lymphoma Society here today at the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Kids, they're just different than us. They have no inhibitions, consider silverware optional, and are way more flexible. And when kids get really sick, they're different than us too. That's why over 3 years ago, we dared to dream bigger when it comes to treating young people. Rethinking existing approaches that were causing devastating short-term complications and lifelong side effects. We created a children's initiative with the goal of transforming treatment and care through advocacy, education, and the largest global clinical trial for kids with blood cancer. It's a giant leap for little patients. For the first time, a specific treatment can be matched to a specific type of cancer in a specific child. We want to inspire more and more people to aim higher and think differently about children's blood cancer. So starting now, the Children's Initiative will be known as the Dare to Dream Project, expanding our efforts beyond families directly impacted by blood cancer to tell a much bigger story to a much broader audience. A simple message that kids are different, and finally, their cancer treatment will be too. It's a global effort that invites others to dare to dream with us as we work to raise $175 million. What started as an idea is becoming a movement, proven that amazing things happen if we just dare to dream. The Dare to Dream Project from the Leukemia and Lymphoma Society, transforming treatment and care for kids with blood cancer.
Moving beyond oil changes is a breeze for these fellas. Rounding the corners is the partners in crime themselves, Tully Williams and David Lantz from the Niello Company.
Good morning and welcome to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. And it would not be a Fixed Ops conference without the great Tully Williams hitting leadoff. And this time, Tully, you've brought some company with you.
I bought the superpower, the guy that makes me do what? Sell the hours in the driveway. If you want a successful store, is your marketing department on your side? I got the man, the legend, Mr. David Lantz.
David,
well, Tully, thank you very much for that warm introduction. Very much appreciated. And Ted, thank you very much for having me on.
David, we're excited to have you here at your first Fixed Ops Roundtable. I know you have presented many times before and with Tully as well. And you have an amazing background. And I'm really excited about what you have done for the Niello company and for the community. That organization, 100 years in business. And I'm really jazzed with what you're going to share with us today, David. So with that, I'll turn the show over to you.
Well, fantastic. Let's go ahead and jump right in. And Ted, just thank you so much again. And good morning, everyone. Once again, my name is David Lantz. I'm the director of marketing here at the Niello company, a company that has been in business for 100 years. And as I'm sure you heard Tully say, a company that started out in fixed operations.
That is absolutely correct, my good friend.
Today, my colleague Tully and I are going to be discussing our fixed ops marketing strategy here at the Niello company. We're going to be reviewing a lot of content. The good thing is you don't have to write everything down. This deck will be made available to you, but this is what we find most important here at the Niello company. And this is what we strongly believe can change your fixed ops business today. So with that, we'll go and jump right in. So this is the most important slide that we're going to show you today. In order for us to be successful in fixed ops marketing, we need to do three things right. We need to drive quality traffic to your websites and directly into your service lanes. We need to convert that traffic into strong appointments. And most importantly, we need to provide those appointments a thorough inspection. But it needs to all be based on a strong foundation of analytics. And if you set these three pillars up the right way, your CSI will always be safe and secure. And Tully, what does CSI stand for?
Customer Supplies Income, my good friend.
Very true. So with that, let's go ahead and jump into our first pillar. So what are we doing here at the Niello company to drive quality traffic into our service lanes and directly to our websites? So it all starts with our fixed ops marketing calendar. So these are our core marketing events for the entire calendar year. Why do we do this? Because we prioritize speed to market. There are no lost days in the Niello company. Everything needs to be updated on day one. Our staff needs to know. Our website needs to be updated. Our digital and traditional ad copy needs to be updated. Our CRM templates, our email signatures, and most importantly, our point of sale materials, all the way up to those beautiful televisions that we have behind our service writers. They need to be up to date with our latest and greatest service software. So everything is crisp, clean, and correct. And it's
David, if I may interrupt, if you don't mind. So what you're telling me is those televisions, like the ones we see behind Tully at all the Fixed Ops Roundtables, are all incorporated and are part of your marketing as well.
And throughout the entire Niello company.
Wow. Okay. Just wanted to clarify that, Tully. Okay.
So we have over 60 televisions in the Niello company. We have customer facing, and then we have employee facing.
And I asked that, David, because that's actually come up at a lot of Fixed Ops Roundtables. They say, look at that information behind Tully, and they see that with the green, yellow, and red, and they see it's tracked to the calendar. So great job, David, and I'll be quiet now.
I'm actually really glad that you brought up that point, Ted, because that it's a huge asset to us. And it's just all about, is the ad that they saw online exactly what they saw on our website, all the way down to when they physically get into our service lane. And if you can provide that experience, it's just, you're going to really, really increase your chances of good CSI. But getting back to our calendar, at the end of the day is you have to have a playbook. Dead are the days of planning on the 30th what you're going to do the next month. You need to know in January how you're going to go to market in December. Now, in addition to our core marketing events, here are some additional activations we use to help drive incremental traffic and excitement during our traditionally slow days in the service line. And we do this in an effort to cure what my colleague calls
The midweek blues, the day that we need to be extra special, extra on point.
But it's these micro events, they really start to catch fire and get a lot of traction. And it's fun to build these mini events on Monday and Tuesday when we're traditionally a little bit slower. This topic is very important to us here at the Niello company, our agency relationship.
So can I jump in right here? Can I jump in? Here is the deal, my good friends, is that if you don't have an ad agency dedicated to fixed ops, what happens is that when you say fixed, they say fixed what on the sales site. Our goal is what David has done for us is that we have our own ad agency that 100% focuses on fixed. Sorry, David.
So to echo what he said, we made a strategic decision here at the Niello company to separate church and state. We have a dedicated variable agency, and we also have a dedicated fixed agency. We do not put everything into the same blender. And why do we do that? Is because we want an agency that is passionate about fixed. And that's why we have a defined scorecard for our variable agency and a defined scorecard for our fixed agency. So how often should groups like ours be meeting with our fixed ops agency? And our recommendation is 3 times a month. So it starts with week 1, which is a previous month performance review. Did we hit the objectives that we set out for ourselves? Week 2 is current month course corrections. Is there some new variables in the market that we need to be addressing? And then week 4, which is probably most important, is next month planning. And I think Winston Churchill said it best: he who fails to plan plans to fail. Now, Tully and I consistently get asked, who is the best fixed ops agency out there? I think we strongly believe any agency can work for you if you are giving them the necessary feedback for them to be successful for you. But a good question to ask any agency is, are you a Google Premier partner, which means they're in the top 3% of Google partners?
One thing about this is that when you come back and look at 3 times a month, your service manager and parts manager completely freak out. And they don't know because they're used to doing reactive marketing, right? The guy calls up and says, what do you want to do this month? Well, what is everybody else doing? And that's on the day that is, we have to post. We plan ahead. We get our parts and service managers to plan months of ahead. So when we talk to David and his team and our marketing agency, we have answers ready to go. We're not second guess ourselves.
Absolutely. So before we bake our media plan, we do a comprehensive online analysis. So I would ask, are you mystery shopping your fixed ops competition? Do you know who your true competitors are? And more importantly, do you know what they're advertising? And most times that's it's not the case of who you think it would be, especially in our case with our Acura store. It was not the Acura store down the street, but it was the local mom and pop shops that we were down the street that were actually doing very sophisticated digital campaigns going after our core business. We now know who they are and what they're offering, so we can now return the favor.
We were so surprised when we looked at this, and I think this analysis at all of our stores has really opened our eyes to find out what our true competition is, and then how we best market our customers, because why are they going somewhere else? What did they give them that made them defect from the dealership group? And this was, to me, a huge eye-opening event.
Absolutely. So now moving into our quality traffic drivers, and we're going to start with paid search. So why prioritize paid search? Because search is the number 1 source for dealership awareness, beating out all other advertising. Now, to keep our costs low, we only bid on parts and service keywords that are aligned with the services that we are offer. So no wasted spend. And 80% of our paid search spend goes after net new or conquest customers. Our next quality traffic driver is search engine optimization. So no matter which website provider you're currently leveraging, and I believe the big 3 still remain Dealer.com, Dealer Inspire, and Dealer One. But no matter which provider you're using, I would encourage you to focus on 3 areas of SEO for the remainder of the 22 calendar year. First is local SEO. Have you claimed your most critical online business listings? And have you expanded those business listings to your fixed ops department? Have you created a separate listing for your parts department and a separate listing for your service department, so you can start going toe to toe with those mom and pop shops that are trying to steal your core business. Second is optimized and targeted content, and that's creating optimized landing pages for specific long tail fixed ops keywords, so you can go after those keywords organically in markets that you're trying to tap into. And last is technical SEO, and that's optimizing the meta titles and descriptions for all of your parts and service pages, so you are coming up number one or organically for your core services. Next, we use these to create some mass market and awareness in our markets for our latest and greatest fixed ops offers, and that's display and discovery ads. So for display, we leverage the Google Display Network, which covers 90% of global internet users across 2 million websites. And we're also leveraging a relatively new ad type, which is Google Discovery Ads. And Google Discovery Ads help us deliver highly visual, inspiring, personalized fixed ops ad experiences to people that are ready to discover our service lane. Next is social advertising, and social just gets more exciting by the day. So unlike paid search, which is reactive advertising, if somebody is bidding on or is searching oil change in our market, we need to bid on those keywords and obviously capture that customer. But social, on the other hand, is just pure good old-fashioned fixed ops lead generation. And that is, it's as simple as picking the audience that you want to go after, whether you're trying to do retention, conquest, life behaviors, location, even CRM data. If we want to go after some lost souls, select your audience, hit them with relevant ad copy, and bring them back to your website at a very low cost per click. And that's the best part about it, is you can reach authenticated users, a real human being that actually, logged into their social platform. You can reach that human being at typically under $1. Next is something that's near and dear to my colleagues' heart, and that is one-to-one email marketing.
So this is, to me, very important. As we have all the other things that David talked about, is your marketing designed for that customer? Is that email that you're sending out follow everything that you've put online? And two, does it have the click to make the appointment? And I call with your thumb in 5 clicks. And what we want to make sure is that it has that embedded link when it sends out to that customer, retaining to that customer only, and they hit the embedded link, it takes them inside the scheduler and makes the appointment with 5 thumb clicks. This is super important to maximize your email. If your email is hard, or if you go to the home page, the sales page, you will get 0 results. The information must be direct.
Completely agree. So now moving on to online reputation management. So why do we prioritize online reputation management here at the Niello company? Because 63% of service customers will travel up to 60 miles to do business with a dealership that has good reviews. So absolutely critical. So in our case, every customer gets asked for a review, and we respond to 100% of our positive and negative reviews. But for our negative reviews, we take it a few steps further. Every single negative review gets a personalized response. We go to great lengths to thoroughly understand the situation, and we have our department head craft the message that we're ultimately going to post online or send directly to that customer. And that gives us the best chance of truly resolving that customer situation. And I don't know, Tully, if you want to talk to this specific situation we have on the screen.
This was a great resolution here where a customer came in, wanted his car washed. We're in California. We are in a major drought, and we did not wash the car, but we do offer coupons to a car wash that uses recycled water. This lady was not very happy. This customer was. So what we decided to do is that we had the service manager reach out and end up calling, and we make exceptions. But the whole point of it is that your managers and general managers engaged on all of your online reputation management. This is the key to make it work. If you're only saying thank you to the good ones and ignoring the bad ones, it will not work whatsoever.
So this is something that we've recently launched to help us get ahead of certain CSI issues, but we wanted to make our department heads easily accessible. So under our fixed ops pages, we have added a talk to the service manager and talk to the parts manager tab, where if a customer that submission goes directly to our department head's email along with Tully and myself, so we can quickly resolve any and all customer questions. And, Tully, I think you can talk to this. We were actually kind of surprised with submissions that we were getting from this. It was really not all bad, a lot of positive. And then, the icing on top is we got a bunch of job applications through it as well.
Absolutely. This was not a place where people or I say complaining or, saying they had challenges at your store. This actually turned into more of a positive. Like they did not know how to get hold of the service manager to do this or do that or say thank yous, right? They want to say thank you to an employee. This has actually been a huge deal for us. And it was a huge surprise to find out, here we go, we're putting our managers out there and we got what? Positive response.
So what's the objective of all this online reputation management? And the goal is to tap into reputation marketing. So the second any one of our stores become number one on whichever online platform, whether it's Google or Facebook, we absolutely want to make sure our customers and our future customers know that we are number one, and we're number one because we treat our customers the right way. So that brings us to our second pillar. So now that we've discussed what we do to drive quality traffic, now let's discuss what we're doing to convert that traffic into an appointment. But let's start with an industry trend. So where is our traffic coming from? Well, we see that 70+% of automotive searches on Google now come from a mobile device. Now, here at the Niello company, we actually have 80+% of our traffic now coming from mobile. So your mobile site must be right. Well, you have to test it. Ignorance is not bliss. But before you take the test, I'd encourage you to consider two statistics. That 53% of your customers will abandon a mobile site if it takes more than 3 seconds to load, and 97% of customers will abandon a mobile site if there are too many form fills. So simply put, your site needs to be fast and it needs to be easy. So please take the test. If you're above that 3-second threshold, work with your web 3% of your fixed ops customers. Website optimization. So when we look at heat mapping, and we look at our heat mapping every single month, typically two areas are burning red hot: our inventory and our parts and service pages. So make it as easy as possible for your customers to get in to your latest and greatest service offers and to quickly book a service appointment. But as we just discussed, desktop is not most important. You need to prioritize your mobile site. Make it a thumb click away to quickly see what your service offers are and schedule your service appointment.
This is, to me, the most important piece, where if we are actually out there marketing people and making it happen, are they coming back and getting a site that they can use friendly? And here's the best part of this chat. This chat here has a live human behind it as well. And the most important is they're making the appointment inside our X time suite. It's not an email sent out and say, hey, by the way, this customer needs an appointment. We're actually making live appointments on site. That, to me, is the most important piece here.
So switching gears for a second, and just asking the question, when do our fixed ops customers shop us? It's 7 days a week. We actually see a very small drop in traffic on Sunday, even though most, if not all, of our service lanes are closed on Sunday. And 20% of our traffic is coming outside of business hours. So what can we do to keep our digital service lane open when our physical service lane is closed? And let's show you a tool that can help. And that's good old-fashioned fully managed chat and text. But are you using a legitimate chat and text provider? What do I mean by legitimate? Is your chat and text provider integrated with your Google business profile and your Facebook page so your customers can book a service appointment or get their fixed ops questions answered directly from the Google SRP or your Facebook pages? And as Tully was discussing a second ago, Does your chat and tech provider know your monthly service and part schedule? So if somebody's asking about your 10% off oil change at 2 a.m. on their time, does your chat partner know how to answer that question? And most importantly, can they book an appointment directly into your service scheduler? And if the answer is no to any of those questions, then you need to start shopping your chat provider. So next is our fixed ops specials pages. And this is just so unbelievably critical. And so many times when we're doing a competitive comparison, we look at fixed ops pages that have literally been outdated for a year, if not more. So we try to take it a few steps further that, is our specials matching exactly what we're advertising online? Is what they saw on Facebook exactly what they see when they get to our website? So we're making it as easy as possible for them to convert into an appointment, or as easy as possible to save that special, to share it, text it, print it, make it as easy as possible to send that out to any of their friends and family. And most importantly, is it incredibly easy for them to book an appointment directly from that specials page. So an easy way to increase your appointment conversion, your loyalty, your brand recognition is sharing your fixed ops accomplishments. We're very proud of our value proposition here at the Niello company, especially at our Acura dealership. We're a 100-year-old company. We're a 2021 Acura Precision Team Award winner. We're the highest rated Acura dealer in Northern California. And I really like this one. We've got a service manager that has over 30 years of experience. If I was a customer, that would give me the warm and fuzzies. So it's so critical to get that value proposition and those accolades on your fixed ops pages, because at the end of the day, a customer wants to do business with who's number one. Nobody wants to do business with number two. Your appointment scheduler. Once again, I have to ask, do you have a legitimate appointment scheduler? Are you still operating in the 90s with a stock form? And if you have a stock form, you're doing yourself and your customers a disservice. So, Tully, what is a legitimate service scheduler?
A service scheduler has one line like Google. You type anything in and we figure it all out. And then it gets you to your appointment scheduler, says, hello, Mr. Williams, Mr. Lantz, Mr. Ings. This is the last time you're in. These are the previous declines, and make the appointment in at least less than 5 thumb clicks.
And once that appointment is made, are you confirming 100% of your service appointments? Do you have a BDC, or do you have a dedicated person confirming those appointments? If you're short-staffed, which most of us are you leveraging new technologies? And if you are short-staffed, you should consider using AI. With Service AI, service departments can deliver automated and personalized communications to your customers, increasing appointments and driving customer retention. So what's my goal? What's a job well done for our marketing department? And it's as simple as this. It is a full service drive every day that we are open for business. And that is how Mr. Tully William holds me and my team accountable.
This is the holy grail. As you see, what our plan is to drive more appointments. And we've been so blessed that when David Lantz joined our team, we actually built this plan. And guess what happens? We see a lift, at least 10 appointments a day, every day for every dealer we've launched on this process. This is the goal. I don't care about how much money the appointment comes in. I hold him accountable to how many appointments I have per day and if we're filling up our capacity. And I love being booked out a little.
Amen to that. So moving into our third and final pillar. So now that we've told you what we do to drive traffic and what we do to convert the appointment, what are we doing to provide those appointments a thorough inspection?
Well, this is the most important right here, right? We have that great appointment. We write that customer up and we have that holy grail and make those inspections by our technician making those inspections with pictures and video, recommendations that we sell our family members only. And then we hold everybody accountable. We hold techs accountable to make sure we don't over recommend and under recommend. And then we hold people accountable in the sales drive to make sure we're selling the big four. What are the big four? Batteries, brakes, maintenance, and tires, because those are the defection points. I don't need David going after the same people twice to come back in. We want to make sure everybody knows where they're at on a daily, hourly basis so we can help them make more money for them and their families and be successful.
Now we get to our critical foundation, and that is analytics. So do you have analytics set up specific for your fixed ops advertising?
Correct.
How are you tracking and measuring your fixed ops specific marketing success? And are you looking at the right metrics? And this is the most important. Do your fixed ops leaders, your department heads, have easy access to the data so they can make better business decisions and know specifically in my market with my brand what is driving me the most appointments so I can continuously refine and increase my ROI? And just a quick notice to the company or to the group here is make sure that your websites are tagged for GA4. So as we transition as an industry to GA4 in next year, that you have clean year-over-year reporting.
One thing about when it comes to analysis is that the biggest piece is that does everybody know? And a lot of times we're used to old analysis and fix, right? Sales gets all the love and fix gets this little thing saying, yeah, you had 4 people show up and they spent $4 trillion. That's not what it's all about. It's all about having our engagement of our parts and service managers, have our general manager actually be interested in fixed ops marketing, help drive those appointments, and then hold our technicians accountable to make those great recommendations. And then we're going to hold our service advisors accountable. Are we selling these recommendations that we'd sell our family members to same day selling or same visit selling? That is the key to this whole package. Because if David does a great job for us, we must do a great job in the store, because ultimately what business are we in? Repeat and referral. We must keep this alive every day.
Amen to that. So in conclusion, we've shown you how we execute fixed ops marketing at the Niello company. And if you decide to implement these 3 pillars of fixed ops marketing success at your store, and you base it on a strong foundation of analytics, your CSI will always be safe and secure. Thank you very much for your time. Thank you, Ted.
Wow. David Lantz and Tully Williams. There it is, everybody, right in front of you. Those are the pillars: traffic, appointment, inspection, foundational, analytics, and CSI. And Tully, what does CSI stand for again?
Customer supplies income, my good friend. This is the thing. Can you believe how exciting it was? Here we are in this age. I get a true marketing guy to come in and blow this place up. We are so excited here.
David, what a great way to start off the Fixed Ops Roundtable. Really, really in depth. And, for those watching, saying, am I in the fixed ops game? You've really got to have a strategy and you are prepared. And as you used the great line there, if you don't make that plan, okay, you can't count on anything good happening. So, David, amazing stuff from the Niello company. Thank you so much on behalf of the Fixed Ops Roundtable for kicking us off here today.
Thank you, Ted. It's been a pleasure.
Yeah. David Lantz and Tully, thank you for bringing David to the Roaring 20s, to the party.
Isn't this exciting? Wow. And look where we are kicking it off today. And the guest that you're going to have, Ted, I am so excited.
All right. Now, Tully, are you going to stay with us? Because I think we have a lot more coming up.
Oh, my God. Yes, I am glued to the screen.
Everybody, thank you so much on behalf of the Fixed Ops community to both David Lantz and Tully Williams from the Niello company for sharing their marketing plan. And they're both on social media, easy to access and reach out. And on behalf of the Fixed Ops Roundtable, gentlemen, thank you so much for everything today.
Thank you so much, Ted. Thanks, everyone.
ready to lay down the law is Leonard Bellavia from the Bellavia Blatt PC, who's got the big scoop on the future of the dealer franchise system.
Welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. Leonard Bellavia is the founding partner at Bellavia Blatt and has spent his life in the retail automotive industry and represents thousands of dealerships across the country. He is no stranger to the Fixed Ops community. Len Bellavia, welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Thank you, Ted. Always a pleasure to be with you. Appreciate it.
Len, I think there's no more timely topic right now than what you and I are going to discuss, because it's been all over in the news. I see it and hear it everywhere. In fact, Len, a number of folks who have been on the roundtable off camera have said to me, hey, we're concerned about some of the discussions that are taking place in the industry. So I've got to ask you about that. Len, automakers are speeding now towards electrification, and some are even pledging full electric lineups, this decade or in the next decade. And they're more than hinting at a new distribution model for those electrified vehicles, and perhaps taking the orders, pre-orders, if you will, online. Len, how is all this talk going to play out? And are dealers going to be at risk of being cut out of that sales process that they've been so key to for the last 100 years?
Well, Ted, the risk really is whether dealers are going to invoke their rights. I think the one common factor throughout all these discussions is that dealers have an arsenal of state franchise laws that have been on the books for decades that are designed to protect against this very subject, which is, the erosion of the dealer franchise model. And it's anyone's guess at this stage what direction it's going to go in, except that I think we're at a crossroads, because OEMs are actually, articulating all of these different potential ways that the distribution system is going to look over the next 5 years or so. Some of them are pretty daunting because they chip away at some of the most important elements of the franchise model. Other manufacturers are not so fast to be talking about changing things, because I think they see the value of the franchise system and having dealers in the marketplace and consumers dealing locally. So of course, manufacturers like Ford and Volkswagen and Audi and some of the other ones are a little more out there in terms of promoting these direct sales models, or consumers dealing direct with manufacturers and dealers only being the delivery center. So there's different variations of all these topics. But I think the common denominator, which should make dealers feel a little more at ease, is that every state, all 50 states, have prohibitions in their state statutes that benefit dealers and protect them against a lot of these discussions about direct selling, trade-in prices being established by manufacturers, the agency model, which is a term that's being thrown out there quite a bit. It's probably worth a little discussion here. But these laws don't do a darn thing to benefit dealers unless dealers invoke their rights. So that's a whole other subject, because how do dealers really protect themselves? Because we all know no dealer wants to go to court. State dealer associations are the most effective way, in my opinion, to level the playing field. Dealer council is another example of how dealers can kind of negotiate a resolution that's fair to everybody. So we can talk theoretically. Theoretically, the manufacturers can't do anything that they're talking about. But in the real world, dealers don't sue manufacturers unless their entire existence is at stake. So I think the happy medium is to devise a way to negotiate with manufacturers so that some of the good points that they're putting forth, meaning an optimal customer experience, can be accomplished without taking away some of the dealer's key rights. And I talk more about, I'm not as concerned about direct selling, because I think that'll find its own level, meaning ultimately what drives manufacturers is the quest to maintain and increase their market share. So dealers aren't necessary to remind manufacturers that they need to preserve their market share. That will take care of itself. So if one manufacturer does something that either dealers or the buying public doesn't like and they repel against it and wind up going to a competitor, well, the manufacturer will fix that internally. They don't need a lawsuit from a dealer to be told that they can't do it and it's a bad idea. But on the other end of the extreme is that we know in a few weeks, I think Ford is going to be holding a national meeting with all of their dealers in Las Vegas and providing a little more clarity as to what all this chatter is about with respect to direct selling. And that's the time that dealers will need to be prepared to either embrace it, if it makes sense, or fight back against it and put a stop to it, because the dealers have the right. And it all comes from the provisions in the state franchise law that say if you're a legacy manufacturer and you have a national footprint of franchise dealers, well, you can't just eviscerate that network. The dealers have the right to do the selling and the manufacturers have the right to do the manufacturing, and never the twain shall meet. But using the simple example of direct selling, well, that is a violation of most state franchise laws. To the extent that any of these activities constitute the selling of a new motor vehicle, well, manufacturers are prohibited from doing that. So ultimately, dealers have the leverage here because they could, again, this is a theoretical comment, sure, they could go to court, get an injunction, and prevent Ford, in my example, from dealing direct with consumers. So that is an important tool, not so much to go and get that injunction, but to remind Ford that whatever they're going to put out there as a change in the franchise structure should be fair to all parties. Because if it's too one-sided, well, the dealers are not going to be bashful, because now you're tinkering with their financial net worth, right? So if you're going to take away all the blue sky value, because in that case, no one's going to want to buy your dealership if all of the profit goes upstream to the manufacturer, then dealers are going to become very motivated to invoke their rights.
Len, as my memory serves me correctly, every so many years, it seems, some of the OEMs have tested the dealers on this very subject. They've done it in different ways, but again, it still comes back to the dealers being resolute. Do you think this time it's all about copying that Tesla model? And is that really a smart thing for the OEMs to do?
Well, it's a little bit of apples and watermelons, right? I mean, it sounds very simple to say, well, we want to replicate the Tesla model because it seems to be working. Well, when you dig down deeper, it's really not working perfectly, because if you read a lot of these articles that are out there, consumer satisfaction with Tesla has been waning over the past 3 years. It's actually gone down on several fronts. And to read those surveys is really instructive. And every OEM should pay very close attention to it, because in the end, consumers want service. They want service, they want convenience, they want it to happen quickly and at very little cost and inconvenience to them. Tesla has not really been at the forefront of accomplishing all of those goals because they don't have a footprint in most of the major markets that they service. I think the OEMs recognize that, so I doubt that they're going to be too quick to emulate the Tesla model to its extreme. So maybe what we're going to hear in Vegas and elsewhere at these OEM announcements is that they want to replicate Tesla to a degree on the sales side, but keep the dealer invested on the service side. Now, that can't happen, though, if dealers aren't making a fair gross on the front end. So that raises the specter of what's the agency model. The agency model really is something that pertains more to European dealers, because European dealers don't have state franchise laws like American dealers do. But conceptually, I argue to my clients when they call me and they talk about what's going to happen if the manufacturers go down this road of an agency model. Again, another theoretical response. If the manufacturer is willing to pay the dealer a fair front end gross profit on the sale of a vehicle, if the dealer is only acting as an agent to deliver the vehicle, so what? So we'll take the money and maybe not have to keep on as many staffing, managers, sales managers, because if there's nothing to sell and the manufacturer is doing all the selling and where the dealer is just delivering, but still getting their fair gross profit, that's not a terrible situation. So that's why I advise dealers to sit back and wait and hear what the blueprint, see it, what it looks like before they push back on it. My concern is manufacturers are not historically very generous. To your point, Ted, we've seen this in the past, with the Ford, direct selling model back in the, was it the 90s, where they thought they could play a dominant role in retailing and set these experiments up in upstate New York and one place out west, and that failed miserably. Then manufacturers decided that what consumers really wanted was no haggling, one price selling, right? That was the whole Saturn model.
That's right.
Well, guess what? Consumers, no matter how much you tell them this is a no haggle experience, they still want to haggle. So a lot of what we hear about consumers and what they want and their preferences represents only a small percentage of what's really going on, on the showroom floor. So some of this is esoteric conversation, but dealers really need to be the voice of what consumers want, not the OEM. So following the Tesla model is somewhat of a fool's errand, because Tesla had the luxury of not having to abide by franchise laws because they never had a dealer network. So trying to follow the Tesla model is kind of a fool's play, because it's not apples to apples. Auto manufacturers that have legacy, dealer networks have to follow the law, and for good reason, because it's in the best interest of the consumers. Keep in mind, these franchise laws, of course, to the manufacturer, they view it as, well, these are just designed to benefit the dealers. No, that's not true. The public policy behind state franchise laws is to provide integrity in the life experience of a consumer in owning a vehicle. They need to be able to have convenience with respect to the sales, and have a permanent structure in place so that when they have service needs or recall needs, they can be accomplished locally. And of course, the state legislatures and the state economies are very dependent on franchise dealers because of the state sales tax revenues, the real property tax, the income tax revenues that the states enjoy, and the increased number of people that are employed by virtue of the franchise system. So it's not all about the dealers. The manufacturers have to appreciate that while they talk about enhancing the customer experience, that has been done decades ago when these laws were put into place, because the entire customer experience is predicated upon convenience, proximity, and the expertise of technicians not far from each consumer's home to attend to these problems. So some of this is just a lot of rhetoric. I think dealers see through it. Even if you look at this, the visceral definition of an enhanced customer experience, how is that being furthered when you have so many different models of let's say, a Ford F-150 or a Chevy Silverado, and you go online and try and figure out how to order one of these, there are 6 different iterations of each one of these models. So it's really not practical to think that a customer can navigate through ordering a vehicle online to order unless the process is totally reinvented, and there's no indication that that's the way consumers want to buy their F-150. No one wants cookie cutter vehicles all the way down the line. So what sounds good in the drawing board necessarily is not the way it'll play out. So some of these things I think have to be taken head on by dealers and fight back through their dealer associations, their dealer council, or even their attorneys. And other things I think will take care of themselves, because as you pointed out, some of these great ideas of the past weren't so great. So they'll have to, trip over themselves and regroup and then go back to the drawing board. What I worry about is, what financial problems dealers will suffer in the interim while manufacturers are stumbling over themselves with these half-baked ideas about what's best for the consumer.
And Len, you do a great job of reminding us all why that dealer franchise, that local dealer, is so important, with little things, which are really big things, such as the term we learned 2 years ago, essential business, and why that local dealer is so important to the community to be able to repair vehicles and to be able to offer that. And as you just mentioned, things such as the state sales tax revenues as well. There's a lot at play here, Len, and we're going to be keeping a close eye on it. And, finally, you've mentioned dealer councils, state associations. Is there anything else dealers should be doing right now as they watch all this play out?
Yeah, I think they should be communicating more regularly with their state associations. And I will tell you that the ATAEs that run these associations are really on the cutting edge. I mean, they have their ear to the ground. They know what's going on. They meet regularly with each other, with NADA, with their dealer boards. So no grass is growing under their feet, so they don't need me to remind them. I mean, they're already ahead of the curve. But I think dealers really need to engage them. I mean, they're paying dues. It's not just about golf outings. It's now that, the rubber really meets the road now, because this is a very critical time. I think we're at a juncture where the voice of every dealer needs to be heard, so that ATAEs can understand not just the generic discussions, but franchise-specific information, because even the ATAEs must rely on their dealers to know what's going on at each manufacturer. So if you're a Buick dealer or a Mitsubishi dealer, and you know of a program that you think runs afoul of state franchise protections, it's important to bring that to the attention of the ATAEs, because I know that the dealer associations that I represent are pretty proactive at getting letters written to manufacturers outlining, because not all of these programs are based on malevolence from the manufacturer. Sometimes they just don't know the provisions of a state franchise law. There are 50 state franchise laws. So when a policy is issued on a national basis, oftentimes they don't check off the box of each state franchise law to make sure it's compliant. So it's really an obligation of the state state dealer associations to let the manufacturers know what aspects of their programs don't comply with the state law. It's not necessarily an adversarial exchange. It's more information gathering and sharing. It doesn't have to be contentious, but oftentimes that's a way to seek relief from that part of a program that violates the franchise protections in any particular state. So the message really to dealers is to share your knowledge, because don't assume that your ATAE is aware of the nuances of a particular program that was just announced.
Len, thank you so much. We're going to continue to keep a close eye on it. I know you will as well. And we hope you come back and share some updates, because I'm sure there's going to be a lot playing out here in the near and short term. So Len Bellavia, everybody, who's the founding partner at Bellavia Blatt, dealerlaw.com, the dealer advocate. Len, on behalf of the Fixed Ops community, thanks so much for your time today.
Always a pleasure to be with you, Ted. Thank you so much.
What if you could make a phone call and collect $100,000 to $150,000 a year by obtaining retail rates on both warranty parts and labor? Sound too good to be true? We do all of the work for your dealership. We are the pioneers in retail reimbursement and regarded as the industry leader amongst dealers, accountants, and state dealer associations nationwide. And we don't share in your new profits. You keep it all. Your service managers and parts managers are busy. They have a job to do. Leave it up to the experts. We offer a turnkey solution. Your manufacturer won't know you retained a law firm. Our firm has made thousands of submissions and has collected hundreds of millions of dollars for our clients in over 45 states. Because of our unmatched experience, our results yield the highest possible increases. We offer a low flat fee, never a contingency fee. Our fees are much lower than non-attorney consultants who take a percentage of your added profits. We are lawyers. This is legal work. Your state statute controls the outcome. The factories rely on their lawyers to respond. So let us level the playing field. Bottom line, thousands of dealers have selected Bellavia Blatt for their retail warranty submissions. With our low flat fee, expert reputation, and behind-the-scenes work model, we are your best choice.
Hot on our tail, we've got the DealerBuilt panel, here to give us their 2 cents on the customer experience in fixed ops.
Hey everyone, we're super excited to be here today to be a part of Ted Ing's Roaring Twenties Fixed Ops Roundtable. We've got Mike Trasatti, CEO of DealerBuilt, Kendall Billman, Chief Strategy Officer for DealerBuilt, and I'm Dan Moore. I have so many titles I can't even begin to figure out what they are. But we're going to have some fun today, so let's jump into it. We're going to talk about the fixed ops customer experience. It's a pretty deep dive here. I hope you guys are buckled in. Pull up a pillow and a blanket. We promise we won't put you to sleep, so let's jump into this. Mike, when you think about the customer experience, especially, obviously with DealerBuilt being a DMS and some of the changing landscape, what are some of the things that dealers need to be mindful of right now as we're looking at the future of the modern retail process?
Sure. We, thanks Dan for the question. So we years ago started seeing this evolution where the consumer engagement was a necessary part of fix ops. It was, the consumer was getting more comfortable with media, the phone, iPads, using the internet. So we thought to ourselves, okay, so if we're going to go out there and get the best-in-class consumer experience, which we've done, it has to be coupled with the best-in-breed fulfillment system. So if the DMS comes in, if, for example, you're going to want to promise a vehicle to be delivered at a certain time, well, you have to make sure that you can fulfill that promise. So some folks look at the consumer engagement, the consumer experience, just about how do I interact with the customer? But it also means I have to fulfill the customer's needs. So where the dealer management system, where DealerBuilt came in, and what we saw was we can combine both of these. We have a pretty good fulfillment system. So we can make sure that the write-up is done well, it is earmarked and dispatched efficiently and effectively, that the parts are available, that are going to help commit to a promise time that the consumer wants, and that ultimately speaking, that vehicle gets through the system, back into the customer's hands for an easy payment process and or delivery to the consumer.
Now, when you think about, again, that's perfect. I mean, I'm biased. This dash DealerBuilt, so this is kind of a fun thing to do. But when you really think about the consumer, they get to the point of that and the evolution of where we're at today. I mean, you think about buzzwords like EV, you think about like connected car, you start all that. What's going to change, or what is changing right now as far as being able to communicate with the customer, or even how they potentially schedule service or go through the process? Like, talk to me about that customer experience.
So change is the only constant that we seem to find ourselves in. And I think if you asked 100 people what the EV market is going to do to ultimately the dealer and the service drive, you're going to get 100 different answers. So how you combat that, how we like to think that we can solve that problem for the dealer, is being nimble and providing the tools that can help a dealer navigate as the marketplace changes. As an example, will the EV market increase my labor RO sales, or will it decrease my labor RO sales? How will it affect my warranty submission? So what we're finding in our dealers is the service business has really ticked up and has become really a place where not only are the vehicles in operation are older right now because of the inventory shortage, so it requires an efficient shop that can handle vehicles and their repair. But the warranty claims that are coming in from EVs right now are fairly significant, just because I think those vehicles are still being dialed in. Your tools, the tools that the dealers have, especially in fixed ops, need to be able to handle both those genres. I need to be able to get a warranty claim in and handled, and those new parts on the shelf, as well as being able to handle a consumer who may have a car for a year or two longer than they would like.
That's a good point. I think the other piece to it too is, obviously, Kendall, our marketing backgrounds and things that we come across, when you think about the customer experience, there's also some misinformation out there in the things. When you look at like independent shops like the Jiffy Lubes and so on, that dealers are going to start coming into, competing harder with. When you think about new car sales have been down year over year for the last couple of years, so that demand, for service is going to go up, warranty work's going to go down. When you think about the perception of an independent like a Jiffy Lube providing a better service or a cheaper service or so on, what's important for the dealers from a marketing perspective, or even some of the data that we see from marketing insights, to gauge them how to have a better strategy to acquire and attain customers, or even I use the word retain customers. What does that look like from the customer experience side?
Well, and as you know, there's quite a bit that goes back into it. As Mike was mentioning, your service and your fixed ops have kind of become the driving factor at almost every single dealership, especially over the last 2 years. Yep. I mean, when you start thinking about recalls and some of the components that really kind of got dealers to be able to talk back to their customers, the bottom really factor of all of that to get into marketing is the intelligence of the system, right? Instead of the DMS being a dumb box, which if you looked at most of your DMS systems, you're probably going to say that. One of the uniqueness and part of the reason why we all came together was because this is so agnostic, it's very intelligent. But when we look at the customer and the data, we can take everybody in your database, take really have a good understanding profile, and then more importantly, see which ones of those customers are actively at a third-party service center. If they are over that third-party service, what's their cadence? How often are they going? Information out there will even show you what their credit card spend is. So again, you can start to bucket and take your entire list. How many people are servicing with me? How many people are servicing somewhere else? How many are servicing at a competitive dealership? And then you can start to come back to, how do I win those back to my dealership?
Yeah, no, that's a good point, and kind of, segue on that one too. I think from the insight side of it, from the marketing, the data insights, I think we get hung up on the buzzword of attribution, especially if you think about service. It's great, like fine, the customer came in, they did a job, but where did you cause the friction in the process to send them somewhere else, or what information did you not provide them? Back to what I was kind of saying about the Jiffy Lubes is, if the perception is that they're cheaper or better or whatever the case may be, and I mean, if you've been there, it's kind of the opposite when you think about the value prop of going into a manufacturer side of service, the value of quality of the product to the quality of the service. We need to do a better job at articulating that. It's funny, one of our clients, Gino at Cavalli Automotive, I mean, he did a really good study from marketing message to looking at how it correlated all the way down and then tracking it back and really understanding his customer experience. And the revenue gain that he got from being able to really take those segments and look at, where is my customer going, what are they doing? I mean, it generated a significant amount of ROI from it. So I think that when we talk about the customer experience, I think we sometimes use that a little bit lightly or even as a buzzword, when the mechanics of it, even to the emphasis of your title, strategy, is, wouldn't you agree that dealers need to be focused in on having a strategy more than just kind of like, hey, I'm just going to throw it out there and hope my vendors get it right, but really kind of working in a partnership and having a strategy and a plan to go out there and execute against this?
Yeah, just the strategy of the consumers coming to your service department and being able to potentially repurchase that vehicle, get them into a new one, even put them into an option to pre-order. So many customers we're seeing, just letting them know that they could actually order a custom vehicle. I know it sounds kind of crazy on our side of the dealership, but that's the first time they've heard this. And now they have an option to do exactly what they want. You have a great option to pick up the vehicles you need. You can open up your spread that you're going to make on both sides.
Well, that's a good point about customer experience too, is it doesn't have to be one-sided, right? Like, you got to think about your whole house as a dealership. Is what is your strategy from all points? Is, yes, fixed ops is important, it's a critical part of the business and obviously a great revenue generator, but what other tie-ins can we work within the other businesses inside the dealership, right? I think that's an important piece that we sometimes forget, because I think from the marketing side is, we go in and talk about marketing and it's like, well, we just talk about vehicles, selling vehicles. We forget, like, it's boxed over here and we're just talking about service. We're not talking about the whole ecosystem of how do we look at the customer and realize that the customer has a journey. And I think that's the critical point to where the customer experience comes in, is, are you really looking at all the touch points and solving for that versus just, I'm doing everything in a silo?
Yeah. I mean, you look at the mobile service. Yeah. I mean, we were just chatting about that. You can do an automatic check-in at the dealership or the consumer's house. Here's the entire vehicle. Everything pulls up. If you have a good strategy, this is a great vehicle, here's the customer, you have a story for that vehicle, and if you have a story, it's easy to resell it. You're making this customer's experience seamless, and just, again, you win that customer for a lifetime, you're improving the process, and they'll buy more vehicles from you.
And you're probably sharing a little bit of the, our recent partnership and acquisition of VistaDash. So how we see the future of metrics and analytics in marketing to go beyond just, am I putting the right inventory on my website? How am I handling colors and trim levels and et cetera, et cetera. But we can really start getting into some interesting metrics. Be curious to get your take on this. I know we're early in this, but.
Yeah. No, I mean, not to be cliche with the word business intelligence, but yes, being able to provide dealers with real intelligence. Again, at the end of the day, you want to sell and service cars. Your idea isn't being a data scientist or having to live inside reports all day long. It's just tell me what I need to do to move my business forward. And I think that's the unique value prop of our partnership and some of the things that you've alluded to in the sense of, the consumers kind of changed, if we're really being honest. It's not about just coming into my dealership. We can touch them while they're in the car. We can touch them while they're in their living room. So the experience has manifested well past just the brick and mortar. And I think it's important that we have those conversations as we lay out our strategy is where am I touching the customer, right? Whether I'm retaining or trying to acquire, where am I touching them? What am I trying to offer them, whether it's being, to your point, selling something, acquiring their vehicle, servicing their vehicle. So I think, again, the evolution of the DMS, I think the components of the data that we can gain and we can pass that along to the marketing provider. We can pass that along to the email company that's trying to do that email blast, the mail company, because again, you still have to do mixed marketing because multiple different channels work. But when you understand what you're trying to go after, I think that's the value prop of bringing it all together from a business intelligence standpoint. In closing, Mike, real quick, what is the key, let's call it 2 or 3 things that a dealer needs to be mindful of as we head into that next evolution of change with everything that's going on? What are the 3 things that they need to ask questions about or be curious about or even poke into some of their partner relationships that's going to help them, really hone in on the customer experience?
Sure. There's a lot of challenges facing the dealers today. A lot of, I would call third-party factors, from regulatory issues to the OEM playing a little bit of a say in how they would like their consumers to be engaged, to economics. I mean, there's all kinds of elements. So the first thing that we look for when we talk to our dealers is, number one, are we giving you the right tools and choices to be able to make decisions and invite innovation into your fixed ops department? So that's number one, is if I don't have the right tools, can I attain those tools, and will they be friendly to my mainstay or my mission critical provider? So that's number one. There's always going to be somebody out there that's kind of looking at a way to create, a better solution that's going to increase, let's say, again, I go back to the labor RO, because the second thing is we don't really know where margin, this term margin compression, right? You hear that, it's probably overused, where there may be some challenges in, how profitable can the front end of the business be, which would then create more pressure on the back end of the store to be able to increase their ability to generate margin. So then the second piece is, are the tools I'm using and selecting enabled to increase my ability to bring more dollars to that RO, or be able to be more efficient to bring in more business into my service lane? So those at least are the top 1 and 2. And then if you bring in the third with the consumer experience, now you tie the whole thing together. So now I have an engaging mechanism that I can go out there and talk to a customer, but more importantly, they can conduct business in the media of choice that they would like. They can check in as they're driving into the store safely, checking in on their phones. They feel comfortable that the car is going to be fixed on time and in a professional manner. They know they're going to be able to efficiently pay. Dealer does that all really well, but we start adding the analytics and the marketing components. But what else can we be doing? So let's say they find through our data points an area that they could really hone in on. How do I get that back to the customer through a campaign? How is that customer going to want to receive what the dealer is doing that could bring in additional revenue. So then the consumer engagement becomes both a mechanism to conduct the transaction where the consumer would like, but also be able to feed the consumer information so they can make the choices about coming back to your store for more business.
No, that's a great point, because I mean, essentially what you're kind of summing up is just being intentional with how you're behaving as a business. So Kendall, as we wrap this up, same kind of question. I mean, what are the key 1 to 3 things that the dealers out there need to be really honed in on as we kind of progress forward through the remainder of the year and obviously the new year? Well,
I've cut about 3, probably maybe about 38 more minutes, if you don't mind.
Yeah, go right ahead, buddy.
No, I mean, Mike kind of hit on it. A seamless system, right? Your DMS, your other products you're using, make sure they talk. The more seamless you can make it for the customer, the better the whole platform will be. So the customer walks in. The second main thing, if you don't have intelligence added to your data yet, to your customers, right, and telling you a little bit more information, you're not going to win, right? And that information's sitting there, and so that DMS really needs to be that smart system and highly intelligent, telling you. So when they come in, you have a good story. You know what's going on. You're knowing what you want to say. You know which ones you can actually trade up, trade down, or just help the customer. And having that kind of information and being able to understand that all together will just improve that process for this entire department.
That's a great point. Just start bringing in additional revenue streams, different touch points.
Yep. So in closing, I'll end with my point and wrap this up is, it's really one thing. Are you looking at what's causing friction in the customer experience? You're spending the money. Yes, you have a brick and mortar store, but you also have a virtual store. So the question is, are you looking at what the consumer is doing, how they're behaving, and where they're getting frustrated in the process? Just because you like something doesn't mean they do. And at the end of the day, the consumer is the most important thing to you, because that's what you're spending your money to attract and retain is the consumer. So you need to be hyper-focused on measuring and understanding those points of when the customer comes to your website, when the customer comes to your store. Are you providing the best experience, and are you removing the roadblocks that are hindering them to get to the end goal of what you want, whether that's being servicing a car or selling a car? That's the biggest thing that I see from my perspective, especially looking at so much of the marketing insights and data, is we kind of sometimes miss those key components. But really at the end of the day, people and process still weigh heavy. So in order to have the best customer experience, don't forget that your people come first, because that's what's going to drive the best customer experience when that customer interacts with your team. What you do there, that's what really matters and sets you apart from everybody else. So with that, thank you guys so much for allowing us the opportunity to chat with you all today. I hope you got something out of this. Feel free to reach out to us anytime. We're happy to help.
In the early days when we formed DealerBuilt, there was a need for an alternative solution, one that combined both a comprehensive enterprise solution with just basic common sense.
Open integrations, no fees, dealer first. And you know why? Because they were built out of a dealership.
We are more tailored towards the dealers in that we don't require you to adapt to our way of doing business. We adapt more to your way of doing business.
The most recent acquisition of VistaDash was with a strong partnership. What allows us to do is start working down the path of first-party data even more with tapping into DMS data. We provide that dialing in of providing outcomes and true conversions and seeing what actually is working.
We acquired VistaDash for several reasons. One was the people. That team and what they built over the last few years has just been amazing. We have a lot of high-level experienced people that understand what it's like to work inside a dealership. I think that's a huge difference between us and any of the other platforms or the other competitors on the market.
Part that I find the most fun is being able to truly put the dealers first. We just want to make sure that our dealer partners are successful, and that's what VistaDash and DealerBuilt are all about.
We spend and invest millions to put our product at the forefront of not driving your processes, but allowing you to drive how the DMS is going to work for you and your company. We are defining a new blueprint where the DMS is not just a system of record. It needs to extend to where your customers are transacting business.
At the end of the day, that's what separates us. Dealer choice, dealer built. That's what we think about. Period, end of story, and we don't deviate from that.
Oh, don't take the bounce just yet. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable Roaring 20s event.
Up next is the big shot of BDC himself, the man of the hour, John Traver from Traver Connect.
Welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable, and it would not be a Fixed Ops conference without the great John Traver, who has been such an advocate and a friend to the automotive community for so long. John Traver is the CEO of Traver Connect. John, welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Ted, thanks for having us as always. I'm not sure about great, but I'm thankful to be here. How's that? Looking forward to our time together with our audience today.
John, we got a great theme at the event, the Roaring Twenties. I know you've got a lot to talk about in terms of retention. You are the expert in the field. You've done it for a long time. You see things from the front line, and I'm excited with what you're going to share today. So if it's okay, I'm going to put those slides up and let you take it away.
Hey, Ted, that would be great. So, I got to thinking about the Roaring Twenties and well, I'll be honest with you, the dress was my first hurdle. But as I thought about sort of bringing us all together on that one big R word we all know is so important, retention, it can be a noisy word. Well, fortunately, I had an experience recently that allowed me to land on one number, Ted, one number that got me thinking about retention. And of course, that one number got me thinking about two words that stand side by side like salt and pepper. And that's what I kind of want to share today. I want to get our dealer body thinking about retention in a way that is macro, it's on top. And, the thing is, the phones are ringing. The phones have been ringing. We talk about this all the time. But this is what we're going to talk about today is what happens after the phone rings and now they're here and what that has to do with retaining and getting another RO open on that same VIN. So recently, Ted, I was due for service. I use this truck for ranch operations, kind of a separate business I have, and it's a 2020 F250 Limited. It's a wonderful truck. Ford builds a great product. Now, I'm busy, and so I tend to juggle maybe too much, right? This truck, 2020 to 2021, only had 3,500 miles put on it. And I had the check engine oil, sitting there. So I was kicking that can, Ted, since last summer, right? And beautiful interior. Now, I'm not saying this for any other reason than I want you to see this is what it looked like when I delivered it to the dealership on the interior. I ran into a little snag, though. You'll see where I'm going in just a bit. Now, from 2021 to 2022, I all of a sudden had this light starting to pop up on my dash, Ted, service advanced track. And so, I could just kind of exit my way out of it normally, right? And well, more recently in the last few months, it would move the truck into what they call limp mode, which meant the truck would decelerate, right? Like to 35 miles an hour or whatever. And so what I would do is I'd get to a stoplight, I'd put it in park, I'd turn it off, I'd open my door, I'd restart it. Again, Traver kicking the can down the road a little bit.
John, it sounds like I would do that.
Too much on our plate, So, okay, it's time to get this thing serviced, right? So I'm in search of the blue oval, right? I got to go find me a dealer. So, of course, Ted, if you're thinking I got to find a Ford dealer and I'm thinking I got to find a Ford, who do we think of first, Ted? Come on.
Ed Roberts. Yeah.
Who other than Ed, right? So Ed, brother, I was thinking of you, buddy. But remember, we're in limp mode, okay? And so, Ted, I started doing the math, right? And I'm thinking
it's a long drive, John. It's going to take a long time.
Ted, do you think I could still call Ed a friend? I mean, is this okay? Do I get a pass this one time? You know what I mean? I'm going, Ed, if it wasn't in limp mode, I'm not sure I could make that drive for service for a basic, maintenance and check engine light. But in limp mode, I hope Ed will understand. So there you go. So that meant I had to look for the blue oval and had to be local. I found someone within 8 miles of the house, and I found that little bit of time where I could go drop it off. And I had a short list. Of course, the lube oil filter was now 2 years due, and I had about 7,500 miles on the vehicle. It rotate and balance, Dave Boyle, I'm thinking of you, buddy. And we want to rotate and balance. It's the most expensive part of that vehicle. If you don't rotate those tires regularly, you're affecting other parts of that vehicle. So, and of course, cabin and engine air filters, I always try and get those touched on intervals. And of course, we're going to fix that advanced track deal, right? So here's how the story unfolds. So this is, full disclosure, this is a picture of my dash, me in the drive. I always take a picture before I hand it off. And so I want you to see the 7,500 miles, like I said, 7490.4, right? The other thing, I'm going to lay my sword down in front of everybody and say, I'm the worst customer in the world because I'm giving you my truck with 33 miles to empty. Now, let me just say this quick. Ted, I'm 8 miles from my house. I didn't realize it was that low till I got there. It was a miracle that I even had time to get the truck there. One of the guys,
John, we have technicians on the roundtable who have talked about this topic of consumers dropping off their vehicles with almost empty. So anyway, it's not a best practice, John. But go ahead.
I'm guilty. I'm guilty, guys. I'm guilty. Marco is going to have his way with me, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So, 33 miles to empty. But here's the thing. I mean, they're not really going to be driving it for drivability. It's getting the light off and it's light maintenance and no big deal. So I just want to say that up front. I wasn't expecting it to be full. So about a week goes by, Ted, and I hadn't heard from him. So my service advisor, his name is Buddy. So I reach out to Buddy and I was like, hey, Buddy, checking on the F-250 Limited, kind of jogging his brain, right? It's been a week. See if it's close to diagnostic tech and assume the rotate and the light service is done. I do need the truck for work this week, right? Ted, are you kind of surprised I'm actually screenshotting my text exchange?
It's one after another. Go ahead. Yeah.
Yeah. We just, it's all out there. So he's like, okay, that was the first Monday. Tuesday, he responds, okay, all the maintenance is done, which meant, I don't know if they just did it then or what. But by the way, accidentally, it was assigned to maintenance, so it never got assigned to diagnostic. It got skipped, but we're going to skip in line. So I said, okay. So a little bit of customer experience stuff, right? So then the next day comes. See Wednesday there now, so that goes to Tuesday. Then hey, buddy, checking in. What happened? He said, hey, we found something under the pedal. There's this wiring issue. It's kind of rubbing, and that's what's making it do it. So it was a manufacturer defect. And he sends me a picture, which I thought was really smart because it's his way of saying, hey, I'm being honest with you. And I said, okay, buddy, thank you. Yes, sir. And then the next day, hey, truck is ready, sir. So we're kind of through it, right? So you remember I said one number and then 2 words. We're talking about retention. And this is all after, Ted, this is all after the phone rings. All after the phone rings. So it's checkout time. All right. And I pay the bill, $450 RO. Okay. I go to the service lane where my truck's waiting. And then, the one number, Ted, that I've been talking about. Okay. Yeah. So here it is. The one number shows up. The number, Ted, is 5. That's the number, as in miles till empty.
Ooh. So, you're not going to go very far. You can't get home.
So Ted, here's the thing. My truck's waiting and it's running. Thank you. Wow. So here's the deal. There's multiple types of customers. You got the 50-50 deal where it's like, some customers going to escalate. Some are just going to tell friends and family. Some won't ever complain. They'll just never come back. You got all that, right? And so, it's running. So I have to decide right here. I'm like, okay, do I turn it off? Do I go back in? Now I know this dealer.
Yeah.
I don't want to make a big scene. Okay, Traver, just go get fuel. So that was my decision. I was like, I'll just wear it. But here's the thing. This is happening today somewhere else. And that customer has the same moment of truth. They got to decide, Ted. They got to decide what they're going to do. And if they're driving off, then we don't even get to fix it. They're probably not coming back. Now, I will tell you that 5, Ted, it felt like a 0 because my heart was pounding and I'm like, oh, crap. I got to get through the lot. I got to get on the feeder. I got to get on the highway. I got to get to the next gas station inside of 5. And it's a diesel. You don't like running out of fuel on a diesel. Yeah, you can ask Ed. So Ted, I get to the filling station. It looks just like this. And so I go down the feeder, get on 75. I go south a little bit. I exit the first exit, go up the ramp, over the crossover bridge, Right there on the right is my gas station. I pull in, I'm circling, and brother, listen to this. What was the problem? What happened? I had 3 miles to empty on the screen now, and guess what it said? There is no diesel sold at this gas station.
Oh,
I've been by this gas station 100 times. I've never used them, and I'm thinking, they're so close. They didn't sell diesel. So so I got a U-turn on the boulevard, sitting at a stoplight, turn around, go back over the bridge, get back on 75, go south to the next exit. Now, this is not the actual picture, but this is the vibe that I had, because I exit and it's 1 now. It's 1. I'm literally counting down 5, 4, 3, 2. I'm sitting, brother. I'm sitting on 1. I'm sitting. Remember, this is after the phone call, after the couple weeks. This is all part of why mobile van service, why pick up and deliver, why outbound struggles. I mean, this could become a seminar right here. I get off the feeder, I'm sitting at the light, and I'm 4 deep at a red light. I need to make a right turn. So now I'm getting resourceful. I'm putting my Mother Teresa hat on, right? I put her in park again. I turn it off. Save fuel, I get through that light. I have to go up to 1 more light, same thing, put it in park, turn it off. I'm still at 1. I roll into that gas station, and it is still saying 1 mile to empty. Now, I know there's somebody in the audience that wants to tell me that when it's 0, you still have 100 miles you can go or something. I don't know. But that's not the point. The point is, and it's probably not true, by the way. The point is, and I'm not much on Thelma and Louise either. Okay. I'm, that whole drive till she's empty kind of thing. But you get the idea. So all this pressure, all that waiting, and here we are all chasing retention. So here's what I know about retention in customers and how they think, and what I've studied over the years. There's after a poor experience, there's really 1 of 3 things that happen. And we call it the 50-50 game, but I'm going to give you 3 50s. Okay. There's 50% roughly that are never going to use you again. Okay. Would you go back to that store, Ted?
No. However, I would have dropped it off. I would have dropped it off with a little more fuel, but that's just me.
Okay. So
I'm sorry.
Me in the eye.
I had to come back to that, but no, I wouldn't go back. No.
50% are going to tell friends and family, hey, family, yes. I guess that's me right now. I'm telling you, right? And then 50%, they're going to look for somebody's boss. Hey, are you guys kidding me? And I had the picture of the fuel when I dropped it off. It's date and time stamped in there. So there's no question, even location mapped, right? So that's what happens. Here's what I want to say today to everyone. Retention is really a game of perspective. It's a game of perspective. The question is, and you can learn that perspective by asking yourself good questions, very simple questions. Like, first of all, if you were me, if you had been me and you were in the lane, what would have your thoughts been at that point? What I didn't tell you, and I didn't get a picture of, do you remember I showed you those really nice leather seats with the white and the gray or whatever it is?
Yeah.
When I opened the door of my truck, the side where you slide in on had grease on it.
No. Oof.
And I'm kind of forgiving, I think. And so I was like, okay, I'll wipe that off later. And then I saw the 5, and then I'm thinking problem solve, So, but if you were the customer and you had those 2 things happen, plus what had happened, right? If you were the dealer here, now listen, the dealer is just like any vendor that's listening right now. None of us are perfect. We're all kind of screw ups. You know what I'm saying? At some level, and we're recovering. They should have a recovering screw up sort of organization. You know what I mean? But we really are. At the end of the day, we're all trying to anticipate, problem solve, prevent, and grow, getting a little bit better every day. So this could have been any one of us as a vendor, letting our dealer partner down too. So yeah, there's gaps in the process. We got to have a perspective that stays close, and you're basically looking for the friction points is what you'll find. So the question is, those that are watching, that are in the seat, whether you have a sign hanging out on the street that says you're a retailer, as you're thinking about this, do you have your boxes checked? Because most likely they'll remember the last thing more than they'll remember even the first thing. Yes. So I told you there were 2 words, right? There's a lot of words around retention, Ted, a lot.
Mm-hmm.
And so for me, I'm, there's a lot of options. That's good. But when you have a lot of words, you lack focus. And the easiest way to get focus is the old 1-word mentality. Get her down to 1 word. So I got 1 word and I got another 1 word, and I'll let you pick either one, or you can pick them both, but they both stand alone and they kind of sum up the perspective on retention. So here's the first word, Ted: omission. What are we omitting? What are we forgetting to check? Like, what did we forget? Are we sending these vehicles out under duress? You know what they forgot to do? An active delivery.
Mm-hmm.
Would you agree?
I would agree.
Yeah, they would have caught it. I would have been, there's only 5
And you would have had someone to talk to. Yeah.
Correct. I would have had somebody right there. Okay. And through the customer's eyes, you want to get in their head a little bit and go, okay, what do they see us forgetting? Like sometimes we go, well, we didn't forget that. We never promised that. Sometimes it's the list of items that said we do. It might have been wiper blades. Oh, somebody forgot that. So through their eyes, what do we forget? And then the other word that kind of goes with omission, just throw a C on the front and an extra M, commission. And in this case, what did we do? Well, we put grease on the seat. No extra charge, but we put grease on the seat, right? And so that was an example of, through their eyes, something we caused. To me, Ted, when you're looking at building retention solutions, you could have a prepaid maintenance program, but if we screw up at this level, you understand they're already looking to burn that prepaid maintenance program and look for some Jiffy Lube or Meineke where they got one throat to choke. And we want to be excellent. So to me, the mobile van, the pickup and deliver, these are ways we can start to overcome this, make it more convenient. But when we do have cars coming in and out, hey, we got to be on top of our game. So I would just say this in closing, Ted: consider the possibility that retention really is measured in simple terms. I mean, it's as simple maybe as omission and commission. So what's that old axiom you and I heard 30 years ago, Ted? Inspect what you expect, right? And as always, catch those calls because it'll help you load the shop. Ted, always a pleasure.
John, you have taken us through customer retention, and one of the themes that I think we're going to hear a whole lot of is the fact that a lot of this begins before the customer ever arrives on the phone. And Scott Gregg did a segment at one of the recent roundtables, and he told us about the importance of a checklist and keeping all that as part of what we do. John Traver, if our audience would like to reach out to you, because I know that the phones have never been more important as they are today, how can they get a hold of you and how can you help them?
Yeah, TraverConnect.com. We're trying to help you make that connection. Whether you want to do it at the store or you want us to do it for and with you, both of those work. So yeah, thanks for that, Ted. Great show. Looking forward to this strong fall as we all finish out 2022 together.
John Traver, everybody, does so much for our industry. Traver Connect is a huge resource, works with so many of the fixed ops roundtable dealers, and has done so since the early days of the roundtable. John, on behalf of the fixed ops community, thank you so much for everything that you do.
Our pleasure. Thank you, Ted.
John Traver here today at the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Hi, John Traver here at Traver Connect. Thanks for joining us on our Service BDC video today. If you've already partnered with us, we appreciate your partnership over these past years. If you're new to us, we look forward to getting to hear your story and come alongside you relative to Service BDCs. When you hear the term Service BDC, the first word for me that comes to mind is calls. That's what really a Service BDC is going to be built around, both inbound and outbound calls. Those calls are going to load your shop, it's going to drive your RO count, and ultimately, it's going to tee up your next retail unit. One reason the Service BDC is so successful today, so important today, is it has a massive amount of opportunity in the form of those incoming calls. The cell phone changed everything. It's increased the amount of calls to dealerships, and as a result, we have to have a team of people centralized to take those calls. It's always been busy in service, but today when you ask dealers, they tell you they need help.
With only 3 service writers, it's virtually impossible for my service writers to load the shop effectively and efficiently in order to keep my shop full.
The second thing I'd be thinking about if I were you is, what do my calls sound like? What is our statement of work in those calls? Are we asking for email, address, phone number? Do we use a time and mileage approach to make sure we're pre-selling to any additional needs, or are we just order taking and then trying to take care of the customer when they get there and tell them we need their car all day? So what you want to do is establish a clear roadmap for how your calls are going to be handled. We'll help you do that, whether it's virtually here through our BDC or we do it with your team at your dealership. So perhaps you're like some dealers, when they hear us talk about centralizing the calls here in Dallas, Texas, they wonder what that call might sound like.
One thing I like about Traver is that my customers feel as though they're dealing with someone within my own store. I've had several customers come to my store and ask to speak to Chelsea when my people that realize Chelsea doesn't work there, she actually works in the call center in Dallas.
I have you scheduled for the recall. Was there anything else?
Let me tell you, you're like the most professional person I've ever spoken to, I think.
My
Good
pleasure.
job.
Thank you.
No, I'm serious. I'm being completely serious. No, we don't need anything else. That was great.
You have a wonderful day.
Okay, you're doing a great job. You sound good on the phone. So
Oh,
when I see Herb, I'll tell him he's a great person on the phone.
We're built for service BDCs, 60,000 square feet of workstations and personnel trained to take inbound calls. There's a handful of ways we can help you. We can help you with a virtual service BDC where we take your calls. We can help you with outbound campaigns, filling in those open spots in your schedule, turnkey, not just getting the customer to call, but actually taking the call and loading it in your scheduler. 3, training for your business development manager, for your business development rep. How do they take these calls? We'll bring them into our customer experience center if they're a BDM, or we'll provide online training for those BDRs. Leadership education for you. You're wondering, what are my KPIs? What should my staffing plan be? We can walk you through this in less than a day. And then tools, everything from texting, mobile payments, even in-dealership software to help your BDRs. So hopefully you see we're built for service BDCs. This is what we do, not what we talk about, and we hope to be talking to you soon.
Before we waltz back into the Roaring Twenties, we would like to take a moment to ask everyone to please pull out your phones and scan the Fixed Ops Cares QR code to contribute to the Leukemia and Lymphoma Society. There is no community more charitable than the retail automotive community with all of our great dealers and partners. Don't forget, every dollar helps.
Kids, they're just different than us. They have no inhibitions, consider silverware optional, and are way more flexible. And when kids get really sick, they're different than us too. That's why over 3 years ago, we dared to dream bigger when it comes to treating young people. Rethinking existing approaches that were causing devastating short-term complications and lifelong side effects. We created a children's initiative with the goal of transforming treatment and care through advocacy, education, and the largest global clinical trial for kids with blood cancer. It's a giant leap for little patients. For the first time, a specific treatment can be matched to a specific type of cancer in a specific child. We want to inspire more and more people to aim higher and think differently about children's blood cancer. So starting now, the Children's Initiative will be known as the Dare to Dream Project, expanding our efforts beyond families directly impacted by blood cancer to tell a much bigger story to a much broader audience. A simple message that kids are different, and finally, their cancer treatment will be too. It's a global effort that invites others to dare to dream with us as we work to raise $175 million. What started as an idea is becoming a movement, proven that amazing things happen if we just dare to dream. The Dare to Dream Project from the Leukemia and Lymphoma Society, transforming treatment and care for kids with blood cancer.
Order up! Our Our next panel, hosted by RepairPal, is all about catering to the female consumer.
Welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. We are excited about this panel. We have a panel of superstars. It is hosted by RepairPal on catering to the female consumer. And I'd like to introduce some of the folks who will help me today with the panel, starting with Kerri Wise from AutoFi and Kathleen Long from RepairPal. Kerri and Kathleen, welcome to the event.
Thank you. It's great to be here again, Ted.
Yes,
I think, Kerri and Kathleen, this is a topic long overdue, right? And, RepairPal has done a lot at the event, and I'm excited to introduce the rest of the panel to everybody, if I may. Justin Pomeroy is here from Foundation Automotive. Justin, welcome. Thank you for all you do.
Pleasure to be here.
Janae Andrews, you're new to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. Welcome.
Thank you for having me.
Well, yeah, thank you so much. And Janae, tell us a little bit about what you do for the industry, if you don't mind.
Yes, my name is Janae Andrews, and I'm a sales consultant for Champion Chrysler down here in Indianapolis, Indiana.
Love it. Thank you, Janae. Brooke Furniss, we've seen a lot of you at the roundtable. Welcome.
Thank you so much for having me. It's a pleasure being here. And I actually just love this outfit so much that I wanted to wear it again. That's really what it came down to, Ted.
Hey, Brooke, thank you. Alexandra Jenkins is back at the Fixed Ops Roundtable from Foundation 45 Mitsubishi. Alexandra in Houston, right?
Yes, in Houston, service advisor at Foundation 45 Mitsubishi.
Thank you for all you do for the industry.
Thank you.
Darryl Terrell, first time on the roundtable, Darryl. Welcome.
Thank you for having me. Honored to be on this panel for you guys. Appreciate you.
And tell us again your dealership.
I'm located in New Orleans, Louisiana. I'm at Matt Bowers Chevy of Metairie.
Excellent. Darryl, thank you for all you do for the industry. Appreciate you very much. And another first timer on the roundtable. We want to welcome Kim Garner, who is with the Carter Myers dealerships. Kim, welcome.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here.
Yeah, great to have you. So Kathleen and Kerri, I thought I'd get things started. And a little statement here. Women are 65% of licensed drivers in the U.S. and have a serious influence, as we all know, on all automotive and all purchases. 85% of automotive purchases from the showroom to the service lane. Kerri, I think it's higher. And the old stereotype of women being fearful and at a disadvantage going into a dealership seems less true than ever. Yet 74% of women feel misunderstood by the automotive industry. Kerri, why do you think there's still such a disconnect?
Well, I am very passionate about representation. And I think one of the challenges that the automotive industry still has is a lack of representation, particularly when it comes to women. And when you look at most dealerships, and particularly in management, it's mostly men. And I think, diversity is not about making people just feel good. This is not a kumbaya statement. It's a business advantage when you have a sales force, when you have a set of service advisors that represent their community. And I'd say the biggest gap we have is gender, is that when you mention those stats about how powerful the women consumer is, it's kind of a shame that we look at most dealerships and 80% or more of the staff is still men. And so I think the opportunity to bridge that gap is to actually find a way to hire more women, which means we actually have to inspect our culture and our environments to make the industry more attractive to women.
Yeah, couldn't agree more.
Sorry, I had to say it.
Hey, Kerri, love it. Kathleen, what do you think?
Well, first of all, of course, I absolutely agree with Kerri, and that 20% of women in the dealership shrinks to 3% when you look at technical positions, service staff actually working on the car, and there are only about 7% women in the service lane. So that representation obviously is incredibly important. But I think, barring making a radical change and overhauling all of the service staff at your dealership, there's still many things that you can do to make the environment feel more like it's for me, whoever I am, whether I'm a woman, person of color, whatever. And part of that is just an acknowledgement that this is a system that was, that is dominated by men, but was also designed by men. So really putting on that other hat and saying, okay, what do these other consumers who don't look like me, what do they want? And what do they want out of this transaction? And ultimately, as human beings, we all have common needs. And one of those is to feel that we're in a place where we can trust what's happening because we're giving up control of something very important to us, our automobile, right? Which for many people represents security, job, freedom, et cetera. And we're putting it in someone else's hands. And so that's a trust transaction.
Wow. There's that important word, trust. And Kathleen, RepairPal helps dealerships in catering to that female consumer. I know that's one of the big things that your company does as well.
Yeah, so we have millions of visitors to our site every month. We're a consumer-focused website first. And we support those consumers with certified repair facilities, both dealers and independent shops. And that's very important because we've gotten to know the female consumer. 65% of drivers on the road are female. Well, 65% of the visitors to our website are female. Our website very much represents the U.S. car park. And so over the last 14 years, we've been having conversations with women and all the various different people who come to our website and saying, what do you really want? And one of the outgrowths of that is that we realize price is a big issue. So price transparency in sales is something that was solved years ago. Price transparency in the service lane is still an ongoing issue. And that's where mistrust can come in. You're handing over this precious automobile and you're like, okay, and now I've got a big price tag, but I have no idea whether I'm paying the right amount for that repair or not. So having a more informed consumer, having a third party like RepairPal with our fair price estimator to help stand behind the fair prices that your dealership is committed to charging just changes that conversation. And actually for everyone, right? So this cuts across gender, but particularly more and more women are in charge of the finances in their home. So, and they're most attentive to it. So really addressing that and understanding that this is a big cost and making sure that people know, even if you're a billionaire, you don't want to be ripped off, right? Nobody wants that. So, making sure that people understand why they're paying what they're paying and what a fair price really is a big component of what we offer to dealerships in service lane.
Justin Pomeroy, you oversee about 45 dealerships for the Foundation Automotive Group, and I know you are a RepairPal dealership. Did some of these things factor into your decision to join up with RepairPal?
Sure. I mean, the automotive space for the longest time wasn't a place where you would just walk in and find compassion and empathy. Just because people can afford things doesn't mean they shouldn't understand it. And so being able to transcend that understanding that, it's normal to us because we deal with it every single day. Your common consumer, I mean, even still in the automotive space, I'll talk to general managers and stuff. You mentioned something regarding a car and they're like, I have no clue what you're talking about. You need to speak my language. I'm like, well, this is mine. And, and if we get into certain things in your house, I'm sure I wouldn't know about it either, but it's, it's our job, whether no part of the house that you may do business in, to make sure that everyone is fully understanding about what's going on with their vehicle, usually the second, if not the highest expense or, asset that they own. And so, you owe that to them to be transparent and to be clear and to let them know going down the road what it is they're leaving with and what you've done to, make sure that their vehicle is safer.
Kerri, we started using that word transparent in the finance process on the front side and variable sales a few years ago. And can you believe, Kerri, we're talking about transparency now in service?
It's a beautiful thing. It's a beautiful thing. We need it across the board.
Yeah, I agree. Janae, what do you think?
Yes, so I run across quite a few people a month. I'm in the sales department, so this is definitely a category for me. And I see naturally that women do control the finances in the household. Even if I'm selling to a couple, the wife is always, or the girlfriend is consulted about budget or if we're buying the right car. So for my approach, I actually tend to the woman. And a lot of women prefer to work with women. Kerri's been an advocate for this since I've met her. We have to have more familiar faces on the sales floor. We have 30 people, I believe, including my finance and my managers, and I'm the only woman. out of 30 individuals. So representation is everything. I will have a woman come into the building and wait specifically for me because she says a woman's approach is softer and catering to her needs. So we got to start by getting more women on that front line. So it's more welcoming, more opening, and folks are more comfortable.
Janae, I love that. I love that a whole lot. Brooke, what do you think?
First off, ditto to everything that's just been said. It's just like, I was on a panel recently, and by the time you get to yours, like just yes to everything that's been said. I mean, there's so many stats that can be said here. You know, there's 91% of women feel that in general, advertisers don't understand them. So when you start to think, okay, why is that the case? Well, to everything that's just been said, it's starting at the very, very top. You look at, okay, look at the boardrooms, look at the leadership, and going back to all the women, amazing, incredible women on here, and the men that are on here saying, hey, things have got to change. I go back to when I first got, because most of us that get into the industry, it's not that we are born into the industry. Most of us is just like, oh, okay, we got to find something to do. And we fall into the industry, we love it. But most likely, if you're a female, you're probably the first female or one of many, very few. I know when I got in the industry, I was the only female in the industry in my position. And so you start to look around and you're like, okay, what can we do to get more of that female view? And it's not just the female view. I go back to diversity on this as well, because it's in all forms of diversity. That's a very blanket statement. I understand that, but you've got to look more than that, because it's going to trickle down. Because going into, okay, let's look at this from another angle as well, is that yes, women are the prime, when you're like making decisions, they're obviously very, very involved in that, and you should be catering to that. Exactly what Janae said to that. Secondly, is that second shift. How many people are actually thinking about that second shift? Because as soon as the female says, okay, I'm done with clocking out, they don't clock out. They don't. They've actually done studies on this to see how many more hours and minutes are spent when they go home to do all the house chores, if you will. There's more time being spent where the male counterpart will work. I think it's I had the stats up in front of me here a second ago on this, that the male counterpart will actually work, quote unquote, work 34 minutes, while more than their female counterpart. But the second shift is it's absurdly more minutes on the second shift. So are you thinking about that? Are you thinking about, okay, how can we cater to that female counterpart in our advertising? Because if 91% feel that their advertisers are just not understanding them, man, we have got to flip that script, because that is a huge chunk. And if that's controlling the budget, and whether it's obviously we're talking about automotive, but that's controlling the budget, the new car buying, the new service lane, everything, man, you're missing so much business and so much profit by just saying, we're just going to ignore that entire population. So yes, everything that's been said, and there's so many things that could be done with this.
Alexandra, you're a service advisor. You're on the front lines. You deal with this day in, day out. Talk to us.
I think it's all about transparency and culture. A comment that we received on a survey the other day was that a female consumer, she's sitting in our waiting area, and she actually feels like we all like working here, that we're actually all happy, and that makes people really comfortable. It makes them comfortable with spending their money. It makes them comfortable coming back. And that comment, I'd never seen a comment like that before in a survey, but that is totally true. Between sales, service, parts, management, everyone here, there's a lot of fluidity. Everyone gets along. It's a fun time. And that portrays over to your customers and your business as well. Your women that are sitting there in the waiting area looking around. I mean, that's what we do as women, right? We people watch, we see things, we pay attention, we listen to all the conversations. And I think that's really important, is your culture and how both all sales, service, parts, everyone interacts with each other.
Love it. Darryl, you're also a RepairPal dealership there, a large one. Tell us from your perspective.
I think it's all about being transparent, building trust with your customer, building value with your customer, and being consistent with that on a daily basis. I like to compare it to like a cup. You want to focus on pouring into this cup, and once the cup get overfilled, you want to turn the faucet on and actually pour more into that cup. And at the end of the day, we gotta educate our female consumers, on repairs they make on their vehicle, and we gotta be transparent with it. And some people don't realize or don't understand different concepts. So it's our job as the experts to break it down into terms they can understand, and help our customers out to make an educated purchase.
And you mentioned another word in addition to the transparent word. The word is consistent. And I think that a lot of the tools that RepairPal provides consumers, help dealerships, of course, shops, but dealerships also provide that consistency and, make sure the consumers are aware of that as well.
Correct.
We're talking, everybody, about catering to the female consumer on our panel that's hosted by RepairPal with a great panel. Kerri Wise is here. Kerri, you opened our eyes some years ago in retail on a number of things that we needed to focus on. I'm hearing those topics today: culture, transparency, being upfront with the consumer. Kerri, take us through the rest of the way.
Yeah, I think, we're talking about the female consumer, but I think it's important to really zero in on, why is it important to specifically address that consumer? And I think some of you have kind of touched on that a little bit. And we talked about the disconnect, but why the female consumer? Because we can always be better when it comes to our experience in general for customers, but there's something very unique to women versus men. So I'm gonna jump over back to Justin. If you can chime in on, what do you see in terms of your approach that has to be different for women versus men?
Why not? Mm-hmm. I want all the consumers, every one of them. Unfair share. I'm a very selfish person when it comes to business, and I'd like every last piece of it. So for me to just either dilute it or not address it would how silly of me. And so I find it very important that, we are open and cater to all people of all, if you're walking in my doors, I'm lucky to have you here, and why not treat you in the best way that I possibly can to make sure that you don't ever go anywhere else, that you leave here fully knowledgeable on what you've done, what you've received, the money that you've spent in correlation to that purchase. And I'm a one-stop shop. You're never going anywhere else. And once I get my hands on you, I'm going to make sure that I'm your choice for life.
Love that. Kathleen, what about you? Why the woman consumer?
Well, obviously I am a woman, so that's where it starts. But also I've dedicated my career to looking at underserved populations and really making sure that the companies that I work for stand for something that I think we can all rally around. So, definitely having spaces for women to thrive. And I think we live that value from the inside out at RepairPal. So we have more women on our executive team than we do men. And, many other women in different positions in our company as well. And then, of course, on our website, we have many female consumers. And then we're working with, dealerships to make sure that level of service and the experience that we believe women deserve extend there. And, it's not just one person who owns a car in most cases. It's a household, and it's a household car. And many households obviously involve, not every, but many households involve women. And so really addressing the whole household, the whole garage, every car in the garage, that's really the goal for the dealership. It's not just this one interaction with whomever might bring in this one car. It's figuring out how you acquire, to Justin's point, the whole system. And that's why it matters. It matters because we want to be a force for good. We want to be at the forefront of our industry. We want to do what's right by all people because it's the right thing to do. But the outcropping of that is that we're going to be more financially successful. So there's a definite payoff and reward, right? And those two things are not mutually exclusive. They are complementary goals. So it makes a lot of sense for dealers to really be thinking about how they can serve every consumer, both just to do good things. It feels awesome, but also because it's going to mean that dealership is going to be more successful. And then they're going to be able to grow from, 30 dealerships to 40 to 45 dealerships overnight, like Justin's doing over the next several months. So
absolutely. I love what you talked about in terms of even your leadership at RepairPal and having women in leadership, because I have found that when women are in leadership, it just changes the entire culture. It's just an automatic shift in terms of kind of how we think about how we're treated and then how we treat our employees, our customers, all of that. So love to hear that. Brooke, what about you? Why women and why aren't we getting this connection to diversity and success?
Well, I think great question. Multiple things with that. It goes back to, I think, at a couple things. One is we need to have more of us that are doing exactly this. And there is a small percentage of us, and it has grown over the years. And I've been in the industry for, I think it's like 15 years now. And in those 15 years, I have seen the increase, but it's slowly. And so having incredible people like us on this panel that just say, okay, we've got to have more. We need to have, I won't say like-minded people, because sometimes you need the people that, okay, why don't you think like this, and get to the root of the problem of why they don't think like that. And it may just be, they just are never going to change their way. Okay, I get that, but understand why they don't. And then, okay, work with them if you can work with them, but understand we've got to grow this. And then going back to what you said earlier is like, why wouldn't you want there? I mean, you go look at the stats of, I mean, we've all thrown around crazy stats of why the female population is, you've got to be focused on that. I mean, women are spending over, $200 billion on new cars and mechanical services each year. I mean, why would you not be doing that? It's just insane. We've all been in this industry long enough to hear just story after story where there's manufacturers that aren't focusing on the female population and they're losing deals over it. I go time and time again. And as a female, you just want something to maybe to put your purse in there. And I would hear stories about certain brands that just wouldn't think about the female, and they just go, you know what, as the female in the whether it's in the family or as a female themselves, I am never going to buy from that company because I'll go with the other company that is focusing on the female demographic. And so if we can continue, just like I said, to reach out and hold each other and hand in hand and say, hey, let's work together, move the industry forward. I think that's the way to do it. I won't say that is the way to do it. It's just because you've got to continue to say, hey, especially if you're a female in the industry, if you're a male in the industry, and just bring incredible people up that are not in, from the diversity standpoint, also from a female standpoint. It's got to be done. That's the only way it's going to be done, Kerri.
You mentioned the people on this panel, and there's a lot of women on this panel, but I think, like, I'm going to jump to Darryl. It's men like you, it's men like Justin and Ted who get it and say, you know, we need to focus on women. So what would you tell your fellow men on why they should care about serving the woman consumer? Darryl.
So I think that it's all about, I would tell my fellow men that make the female feel comfortable coming to our dealership for service. Make them feel like family. You know, it's kind of like a comparison is if your first time ever going to a gym, and you walk into this gym and you got all this new equipment. You see everybody working out, but you don't know what to do. So us in a dealership, when a female comes in, we want to give them, you know, the care, the trust. We're going to be there for them so they don't feel uncomfortable, and it eliminates the fear, and it actually builds the trust factor with your customer.
Yep. And I'm going to finish it out with Alexandra and then Janae. But Alexandra, why women? What would your pitch be to why we should care about women consumers?
It's simply because they do make up such a big part of your customer base. And I mean, I've had, women come across the service drive all the time. And if you explain to them, you lay out why, what, when, where, why, they're more likely to buy a cabin filter, buy an air filter, go for upsells, because you always get the men that pull the men card and they're like, oh, I can do that myself. I can change my wipers myself. Oh, that's a repair I can do myself. And, women will keep up with their cars. They don't just think, oh, we're just going to leave it. Oh, don't worry about it. Oh, that's safe, or it's not safe. Women, we pay for the repairs. If we understand what we're purchasing and understand what we're buying, we will actually pay for the repairs to make sure that our families are safe, that we're getting to and from work, that our kids are getting to and from school, into band, into this, into that. Where I'm not saying the male consumer is not focused on that. It's just for women, it's first and foremost in our mind, and the transparency of what you're purchasing and why.
Love that. Love that. We are also very loyal. Like, once we get somebody who treats us well, I know my service technician, my service repair shop, I'm going back to that same place over and over again. So, and Janae, let's finish out with you. Why women?
Yes, I think she just said that. They're a large portion of our customer base. When invited to speak, I went back and looked at my sales for the last 6 months, and women dominated my sales. So we want to capture them, but also hot buttons. Someone mentioned a purse. I get all the time car seats and strollers. We need to be able to now connect with those women on those levels, because people buy the car. They want to be able to entertain their hot buttons. So if capacity, or where do I put my purse, or how easy is the car seat to get in? It's so important. I've been screaming it from the rooftops, and I would love to see more women in this business, but we can grow so much more if we can now connect with not just women, but everyone. But since we're talking women specifically, we got to capture these people.
Love it. Love it. Well, I think let's transition to actual strategies and tactics now, right? And I think there's a lot of us on here, so maybe we can all share our best idea on how service departments can really tap into the female consumer, create a great experience with that consumer. So Kathleen, let's start with you. What's your idea on how they can do this?
Yeah, absolutely. So this was exactly the reason that RepairPal created our fair price estimator, which we have been working on for 12, 13 years now to make it as good as it can possibly be. And it is precisely for this reason, to bring in that customer, have a conversation about what's needed, like Alexandra was talking about, and why it's needed. And then to say, I understand that this is a big expense for you and your family, right? And I understand that it's a considered purchase. And so therefore, I'm going to show you that I'm charging you a fair price for this repair, but you don't have to take my word for it. There's this independent third party. They're called RepairPal. I'm going to show you on their estimator where this price comes from, and they're going to break it down for you a little bit more. And I can email you that or send you that so you can research it in your own time as well. But here's the information. So really taking that extra moment to explain why and to explain where the cost comes from. And once the consumer understands that, particularly the female consumer with our very curious brains, once we understand where that's coming from and that the cost is justified and it makes sense for what's being offered and that it is for us, then like Alexandra said, we're gonna buy that because we want to keep our car in top working order.
Love that. I think technology is a great equalizer, right? And giving that information up front and empowers the consumer, but also gives the dealer a lot of validation and offering a good experience. So, and Justin, I kind of let's piggyback on that from your standpoint. What's your tactic?
Yeah, no, absolutely. A tool like this that gives you a fair market analysis for the scope of work that's being rendered to your vehicle is always, a great piece that just adds to the reassurance that's needed for the customer and the consumer, no matter what part of the family member it is. Secondly, go the extra mile. Do the stuff that you're not paid to do. Everything is cause and effect. With doing something that's not expected of you, you're always going to get a little bit more in return. And I can't tell you the number of times I've helped a mother transfer her car seats to a rental vehicle that I was putting her in while I did repairs on her vehicle. Or I saw a dealership the other day that put a breastfeeding booth in their waiting room, and I was like, what a great idea. Mm-hmm. But just do a little bit more. It's not hard to be better than the competitor down the street. It's really not. And to give that effort whenever it's not really required of you or you're compensated for it, it says so much.
Love that. Janae, I know you're on the sales side, but what can translate on the service side in terms of a tactic to reach women consumers?
Yes, educating our staff. I really like what Justin said, to help someone transfer their things. I mean, kudos to you. I've never seen that, been in the business many years, but that's just it. We want to sit down our staff and educate them. Guys, we have to be more keen of knowing our women's, what they need, their needs. It's very simple. It's education. My answer is educating the staff.
Yes, love that. Brooke, what about you?
So without repeating anything that's been said, I'll say understanding, transparency, and listening, because too often we have all this incredible technology, whether it's RepairPal, which is doing an incredible job, and all these things are really, really great. And sometimes we just forget to say, wait, I need to use my ears and actually listen to what the consumer's saying. And because sometimes technology can fail us, and whatever great as it may be, and then we forget to say, wait, oh, so you have 2 kids? So wait, you have kids? Yeah, I still have the same 2 kids you asked me about. Yeah, they're still there. And as women, when you don't hear me and actually hear me, I'm going to write you off so quickly. So as all the great technology we have and all the awesome things that we have, if you're not transparent and you don't listen to me, man, I'm going to write you off so quickly. So go back to the basics of just listening to the consumer, I would say.
Brooke, the listening. I think every woman on here just said amen out loud on the listening front. Hear me. Please hear what I say. Good. Well, let's jump to Darryl. What are your thoughts on one tactic that you'd recommend?
I recommend is just educating the female consumer on the repairs done to the vehicle, and on after every repair is done, also the vehicle gets a multi-point inspection. So just going over that multi-point inspection over the entire life cycle of the customer, from when the car is purchased until the customer, it's time for the customer to trade in, and then you're telling them and explaining tires are at 8, brakes are at 7, and then over time you're showing that how it decreases over time. So when it's time for repairs, they're not shocked, and you're fully transparent. You're building value, and the customers could see how the repairs are necessary at that time.
Love it. Love it. Darryl, I love what you're saying about being thorough and telling them what they need. I've had a repair shop tell me I don't need something either, right? I've gone in and thinking that, oh my God, my timing belt's out. And they're like, no, it's not out. You're fine, right? And that the credibility that they earned by telling me I didn't have to spend any money and that I'm fine, it made me trust anything they said going forward. So I love that. Alexandra, let's jump to you. One tactic strategy.
Well, Darryl took mine with the multi-point inspection, but I'll tell you another one. I think the other thing is after repairs are approved and after repairs are done, it's going back over and explaining the repairs that were done again. Because as a woman, one thing is if I purchase something and I don't understand what I purchased, I'm probably going to be too embarrassed to actually go back and ask the question and see what happened, what I did. Instead, what am I going to do? I'm never going back there again, because I don't want to feel embarrassed. I don't want to have to go ask a stupid question because it's something that I should know or didn't know or whatnot. So I think the most important thing is going back over that invoice again, because then they actually understand. So then they go home to their husbands or their significant others or whoever, and they explain, oh, I just spent $900 at the dealership. And then their husband's like, oh my God, why'd you spend so much money? Then they actually have ammunition. They actually know, and they feel empowered with that as well. And I think that's what keeps your women consumers coming back, is just simply knowledge, understanding, giving them facts, and knowing what they're paying for.
Love that. Love that. Such great advice, Ted, right? I mean, where do we go from here?
Kerri, I'm hearing some common themes, but I think the overriding one is that is an awareness, all right, that our dealerships need to be aware and cater to the female consumer. They are the decision maker. We need to be transparent. Kathleen, RepairPal provides tools to shops and dealers to help us do that. And I want to thank everybody on the panel today. Some great input, Kerri, from everybody here. And thanks for bringing out the best in us. Alexandra, thank you so much in Houston at Foundation 45. Darryl, great input. Thank you so much. And thank you for being with us. And I got to have you back on the roundtable, and appreciate all that you do. So Brooke, wonderful, amazing stuff. Thank you. Janae, wow. We got a new superstar here. So look forward to having you back, Janae. Thank you so much. Great stuff you shared. Justin, my friend, thank you so much for all you do at Foundation. And thank you for bringing this to so many dealerships. It's needed, and for marching forward with with what we're talking about here with RepairPal. So Justin Pomeroy. Kathleen, thank you so much at RepairPal for taking the initiative to bring this panel together.
Thank you. It was a dream of mine to do this. And so I've been just really excited about it. I appreciate the opportunity.
Yeah. And a few months ago when we had the conversation with Jamie Davis as well, and Kerri, when you came in and entered that conversation, you've been so instrumental, Kerri Wise, in moving our industry forward in so many ways. And now to help us do it on the fixed ops side, our industry owes you a big debt of gratitude. So thank you.
Thank you so much. And so impressed with what RepairPal is doing for the service side of the business. I love technology and how it can equalize and add more transparency. So big fan of RepairPal.
Your consumers will like it, everybody. Great technology for your dealerships. Great tools. I want to thank the panel and, of course, RepairPal for hosting our panel today. The Catering to the Female Consumer panel here today at the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Service customers are key to healthy dealer profits. However, keeping customers for service and repair presents a big challenge. Over 80% of car owners stop using dealers over the years after their warranty expires. And 3 of 4 go online to research pricing. The reason? People think dealers overcharge for service and repair. That is where RepairPal can help. Each month, millions of customers trust RepairPal to find high-quality auto repair at prices that are fair and transparent. And we're talking repairs, not oil changes. The average RepairPal customer spends over $600 each visit. By becoming a RepairPal certified dealer, you benefit from our industry-leading estimator that gives customers confidence your prices are fair, overcoming their main reason to stop servicing with you. The result? You grow your fixed ops business and attract new customers from RepairPal and our partners. Learn more about dealer certification at repairpal.com/dealers.
Making moves is the master motivator himself, Chris Saraceno from the Kelly Automotive Group.
Welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. It is a great pleasure to welcome back to the event Chris Saraceno, who is the Vice President and Partner at the Kelly Automotive Group and the best-selling author of The Theory of Five. Chris, welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
My pleasure, and always an honor to be on the show.
Chris, I tell you, when you appeared the last couple times at the event, it was during the beginning of this era, okay, that's been going on for the last 2 years, and you took the event by storm, and you talked about a lot of things early that have now really resonated, I think, with the automotive community in terms of culture. And I want to congratulate you on the success that you're having at Kelly Automotive Group and with the book as well.
Well, thank you very much. Sure.
So, let's kind of dive right into it if it's okay. We got a lot of folks watching today who are fellow dealers and managers. And, what's the secret sauce, Chris? What's the secret to your success there at Kelly Automotive Group?
Well, you and I talked about this before. I mean, every dealership has product, and all the products today are so good in comparison to 10, 20, 30 years ago when we entered this industry. It really comes down to people. People are absolutely our most precious commodity because people also create the culture that we have, and the leaders we have will create that culture. So I would say there's nothing more important than making sure we have the right people, and we recruit, hire, train, and we bring them into our culture.
And that's really been, that's really been Chris Saraceno, because, there's nobody who does that better than you. So kind of take us through it. I know you've got a very unique and special onboarding process. What can you share with the audience today?
Well, I mean, we really, our human resources, we have put a lot of time and effort into making sure that we have a team of people that when you're recruiting, getting back to people today quickly and often are so important. So we work with a combination of a recruiting company, and then our internal HR department is they call, they text, they email the schedule thing. As soon as we see somebody that is good, we know there's specific days they can schedule right away. And they would say, okay, you're going to go to our Nissan store Tuesday, anytime between 10 and 4. And then we also have nighttime where they could go from 6 to 8 to contact. So we know there's certain days that we could schedule people to come in right away, because urgency with talent is crucial to get them in quickly. And in today's world, you have so many people applying to different positions and different dealerships and different companies.
And, I can take stock, because I remember when I first started off selling cars, the Ford dealership where I worked for didn't order my business cards. It took like 6 months. I guess they wanted to be sure I was going to stick. I didn't have a name tag. I didn't have a lot of basics. And you take care to provide those things before the team member even starts. If you would, talk about that.
Well, what happened was we really looked at this, and sometimes you have the accounting team which their job is to make sure they're counting the money. They would wait, like you said, years ago, they would wait 90 days. They would wait for somebody to see if they made it. And we said, for the amount of money that we're spending to make people feel special, when they show up to our dealership and they have their name tag and they have their business cards and they are set up in the system already, and they have their email address, and we have clothing for them already, and we have everything ready for them on day one. And then we tour them around the facility, and we have a general manager or HR will tour them around the whole facility, introduce them to somebody. We want that person going home at night and saying, no different than if they were with a Fortune 500 company. Wow, my job today when I started, the general manager toured me around, introduced me to everybody. I have my name tag, I have my business cards, I have my email addresses, they have me set up for training already. I already have my clothing to wear, and I'm all set up. And I think we were tripping over dollars to pick up pennies. And we realized that if our culture is to be the best of the best, what do the best companies do outside of the auto industry? And we looked at it and said, okay, we have to duplicate that. So we're always challenging ourselves. In fact, I had a gentleman that is on this show often. He's the one that challenged me a few years ago and said, hey, Chris, here's what we went to, Ed Roberts. We ended up going to this at our store that I looked back and said, you know what? I think we're letting the accounting department, which is great. We love our accountants, but we're letting them decide when we're going to get a business card for somebody and make people feel special on day one.
I saw that you visited with Ed in St. Augustine, and you're right. I think Ed is a very special person and a special leader. And, look what he's done there in St. Augustine, with those franchises and, with the focus on fixed ops, and now having grown his career from fixed ops to running the whole organization.
Yes, absolutely. And that's something that I think is so wonderful about our industry. Most every dealer you talk to, if you want to visit them and they're outside of our market, they welcome you to come in. If they're doing something special that really stands out, pretty much every dealer I've ever gone to and made a phone call to and said, can I visit your store? We're very welcoming, overboard welcoming and showing what they're doing at the store. So I would recommend that to other dealers that are out there and other folks that are going to be on this show and watch this, to say, you know what, if you find somebody that you think is doing a great job, make a phone call. What's the worst they could say is no? But I would bet you that most of them are going to say yes, and they would be honored to share with some of the things that they're doing at their dealerships.
You're right. In fact, Ed called upon me because he was in California recently and wanted to make a visit to see Longo Toyota on short notice. And I said, Ed, when do you think you'll be there? What day? What would be a good time? He says, I'll be there in about 25 minutes. And so I made the phone call over there. And although Greg Penske and Doug Iro weren't there that afternoon, they opened the door and made sure that he had the red carpet treatment and got the tour, and saw a lot of similarities to his organization. Speaking of which, you all share the importance that you mentioned of culture. You mentioned the onboarding process. What other areas do you excel at that you'd like to share today?
Well, I wrote down some areas. I always like to take little notes to make sure I'm prepared for our presentation, because there's sometimes you get off and you go, boy, I missed that. I should have said that and shared this with it. But I would tell you, one of the things I think we do well is Greg Kelly and I, every single team member that joins our company, we do a 4-hour orientation. One of us two teach it. We don't have anyone else teach it, no manager. We've been challenged by our other managers saying, why after 25 years are the two of you still teaching this? And we said, selfishly, it gives us an opportunity to spend 4 hours with every single new team member and to share the history and the culture of our company and why we do specific things. And we have not given that up, although we have people that will challenge us and say, hey, should we teach this now? And we're like, we get an opportunity to share the why behind what we do.
And I imagine that years from now, people will look back and say, you know what? I got taught and introduced to the organization personally, by Chris Saraceno. They're going to remember that.
Some of the items we talk about during that orientation, I wrote down, and we go through the history of the company, because no one's going to know the history better than we would. We share the mission and values, which we call our shared vision, and why we created that and the importance behind it. We walk through what we call the human computer. The questions you ask yourself on a daily basis, consciously or subconsciously, are going to determine how you think. And we talk about the importance of asking yourself the right questions. We do something called the 9 dots, which is really talking about getting outside your comfort zone. So our orientation is more about culture. We talk about the ghost, which is not allowing people to give you negative thoughts. And when you come in, if there's people telling you certain things that are going on, not to allow that, and people will treat you the way you allow them to treat you. We walk through the theory of 5, and we believe that's important because our point of view is that we want the team members, we would love everybody to retire with us. Most importantly, we want them to have a happy and prosperous life. And being that they end their career with us or not, or start their own business, we believe our job is to share with them key philosophies of success and prosperity, and to have the right mindset when they're there. So it's very different than what they're expecting. When they come in and do the orientation, they're expecting everything to be about Kelly. It's maybe 10 to 15% about Kelly. And really the rest of it's about life and how to have a great life and live a happy and prosperous life.
And Chris, you invest in your people, you invest in their training, not just on the sales and leadership side, but I've noticed you do that on the service side as well, you know, with your service advisors as an example.
Oh yeah, we are big believers that, you know, if we say we want to be the best of the best, we would be hypocritical not to invest in them. And we have worked with an automotive company that does service training with advisors for years. We've had the same company, and we have the same 2 people come in. It's a mother and a son team, and they are just wonderful. And their values match our values. And I believe they believe they're actually part of the Kelly Automotive Group. I mean, they look at it as if someone's not doing things the right way, they take it as if this is part of our company. And you want I call them vendor partners to feel that way, because they really are partners in helping you grow. And then lately we've worked with the Romes, and wow, they dig into the numbers and they challenge us on a monthly basis, and they talk with us and they share different things. And our numbers, that's with the service directors, because we want them to understand the numbers and how everything's going on will affect the impact of us growing long term. So we're always investing, and we do that for sales. Right now, we have every one of our new managers. You know, if you're new to management, everybody thinks just because you were in the auto industry and you did a good job, you should be a leader. So we invest in outside training for leadership training, and it's not automotive specific. It's leadership training in general, and we have them come in, and it's a 10-week course where they spend 2 hours, you know, going through training, and it's other people from other industries that are also part of that training.
Wow. And one of the things I know that we wanted to mention real quick is on the used car side, because used cars have never been I don't ever recall seeing a time like this, Chris, in our industry. And there's been a lot of focus at the Fixed Ops Roundtable on used vehicles and merchandising and reconditioning. Talk to us a little bit about some of the unique things that you do on that side as well.
Well, we have always done a good job with used cars. We've been anywhere from, you know, most car dealer groups would like to be 1-to-1 for every new car sold. We're typically 1.5, you know, used vehicles for every new vehicle that we sell. You know, 20 some years ago, you know, before the CarMaxes came out, we had something called Kelly Risk Free. We did a 3-day money back guarantee. We did the 30-day exchange. We did a detailed 150-point inspection that has detailed notes that we share with every customer. We share a history with every customer. I mean, we really go into detail of it, and we do something called live market pricing, which we use through vAuto, and we sit with the customer and we show them, here's how we arrived at the price. Not that we just picked that. We don't do it based on cost up. You know, listen, if we paid too much, the customer's not going to pay just because we overpaid or we made a mistake on it. They're going to pay market value, and we believe that we have the best price value. We may not be the lowest price because there may be another vehicle in the marketplace that has higher miles, had 2 or 3 accidents, but we justify every price that we have. And then we have pricing teams every week where we adjust it. But I would tell you that, you know, we have been poised for this. We have been buying cars out of the service department for years. And we, you know, visited a store many years ago. Brian Benstock, allowed us to come to his store and spend some time. And then we sort of took the culture that he was doing there and watched it. And we took it to every one of our stores that we had as far as buying and selling cars from service. So I would tell you, when it comes to pre-owned vehicles, you know, One of the things we say we should have done years ago, maybe, before the CarMaxes, we should maybe brand it risk-free and took it all around the country. But we really do a good job making sure that customers are taken care of. And we share with all the technicians and everybody in our department why it's important to get the car from the day we get it on the lot with photos and reconditioned within 72 hours. If it's not reconditioned within 72 hours, we want to know why. And we personally, myself or Greg Kelly or Tim Kelly, we will personally walk the lot of all the cars and open every door of every used car to make sure. And the question we ask is, if you were going to sell this to your best friend or relative or a family member, what would you say you want fixed on this car? Well, then fix it. Because if you're saying that this would be fixed right now, let's make sure it's fixed beforehand. So we are very involved in used cars, and we have a passion for used cars.
Everyone, we're talking today to Chris Saraceno, who is the vice president and partner at Kelly Automotive Group and the best-selling author of The Theory of Five. Chris is a huge believer and practitioner in a continuous improvement process, not just at the dealership, but in his life as well. Chris, talk to us a little bit about things you do, such as your manager meeting, the daily agenda, and some of the focus that they've got there.
Well, we believe the key to every dealership is how you set things up first thing in the morning. So first thing in the morning, we make sure, of course, we have a forecast every month, and we do red, yellow, green based on, we break it down in almost every single category where you should be. So on a daily basis, the first thing every morning, we look at it and say, where do we stand in comparison to forecast? If we're yellow or red, we want to know, what are we going to do next? Is there just some of the invoices that have not been handed in, or are we really behind? What's our step? What are we going to do? We look through contracts in transit. We look through so many different areas. But before we start every meeting, even before we go through the recruiting, we have every one of our leaders stand up and spend 5 minutes teaching, because we believe that when you teach, you internalize, and it has to be something that's motivational, inspirational, something that a leader would do, because we want them to be uncomfortable standing up. We want them to say, boy, when I'm teaching this, if I don't live it, I would be hypocritical doing this. So we believe that if they have to constantly teach, that they start internalizing what they're talking about every day when they're doing this. And this is Monday through Friday that we would have these meetings, that we go through every aspect. We go through every used car, that's going through the shop. If it's over 72 hours, why? Is it because of a part? In today's world, there are parts that sometimes you have to find. But we want to keep the importance on getting things done on a consistent basis. And I know when we just bought the Toyota Hyundai store about 16 months ago, the GM was like, Chris, we thought you were crazy when we had to do this, because when we first started it, it took like an hour and 20 minutes. Well, once they got used to it, it was done like in 35 minutes. They got used to it because they had all the answers right away when they came in. And he goes, what used to take me all day long to get done, and I probably didn't get 20 to 30% of it done because I just got busy, I now have done every single day. We start the meetings at 8:30. He said, by 9:05, I have all the things I wanted to look at already completed and done.
Wow.
And then you can focus on the people and the customers.
I think it's a great example also of how you share your vision with the team. You've taken the time to actually write down a mission statement for the organization. And Chris, you've set out with some values, the Kelly values, the commitment to excellence, the customer enthusiasm. And you know what? A lot of times we take those things for granted, but you know what? The customer can tell the difference. And, you've really spelled it out for your team.
Well, I would tell you what I personally like about it, and I say this to the leaders when we talk to them, is that it never has to be me versus you on when someone does something. It could be the two of us sort of looking at our mission and saying, okay, this is what our mission is. This is what our values are. Is what we just did, is it in alignment with the mission of customer enthusiasm? If not, what should we do? And what it does is it brings two people from being here, if they're arguing about something, and all of a sudden what happens is now I'm trying to get on the camera the right way, now they're this way, because they realize that whatever decision we make has to be very much in alignment with the shared vision of the company. So I love it from that aspect, because it never has to be my opinion versus your opinion. It's what is in alignment with the vision of the company. what we say we're all about, we could use that as a guidepost.
And you shared with me 3 key philosophies or statements that you repeat, Chris, over and over with your leadership team. Would you mind sharing with us what they are?
Well, the one is, I always say, catch people doing something right, because we're all like little children. And for those of you out there that have children or grandchildren, you know, when you have that, 5-year-old or 4-year-old little boy or girl, and they come running up and go, ah, and then we clap and make a big deal out of it. They just do it over and over and over again. Well, I sort of believe that I don't care if you're 40 or 50 or whatever age you are, we still have the same emotions. We're still like a bunch of big kids that like to be recognized. And what gets recognized and rewarded gets repeated. So sometimes we always looking to catch people doing something wrong, but when you catch people doing something right and you recognize it, they do it over and over and over again, which helps build a culture. I also, this is another statement we say, people don't care how much you know, because we have some very bright people in this business until they know how much you care. And I know that's not a statement we made up, but I know it's something that was in history that was said, and it's so true. Once they know you care about them, and once they understand the why, they internalize it much more. And the next one is what I just said, is always explain the why. This is why we're doing this. This is what's in it for you right now. Because sometimes if we just say, this is how we do it, they leave and they're like, it doesn't make sense. But if they understand the why and they understand the long-term benefits to them of doing what we're doing and why we do it, then they internalize it more and they're bought into it.
Chris, finally, I know that the things that you're speaking about right now at the organization are things that you live in your personal life. I follow you on social media. You have a beautiful family, children, grandchildren, and you share that as well. And and you took the time, by the way, to write a lot of this down in the Theory of 5 and to share that with not just other dealers, but people in general in life. Talk to us about what's next for you, Chris. What do you see out on the horizon, and what's next overall?
Well, I would say, I have a lot of my friends in the industry. They're very concerned about some of the OEMs right now talking about going direct, to the consumer. I'm a believer that if we're the best at what we do, and we have a great culture, and we bring people in, and we have great people, and the manufacturer is going to have the product, and we have nice facilities that customers want to come to, that's what's going to dictate what's going to happen. The manufacturer is going to do what's best long term. And if they look at it and say, hey, the best dealers, this dealer makes us look good, and they want to come back, they're going to continue to go with us. And that's just my belief. I believe that if we have enthusiastic customers, enthusiastic team members, we keep our facilities nice and clean, and we make it a wonderful experience, they're going to still come back. It's no different than people going to restaurants. People can still order almost anything and have delivered to their home, any type of food. Why do they still go to that restaurant? For the experience. We have to really focus on the experience as a group and get rid of the naysayers that are saying, hey, we're going to go direct to consumer. The Tesla model, that's to me is an anomaly. That's the top 1%. Those are the people that, want to, that they want to get involved in. They want to be the early intenders of doing something special. But once they have to work a deal, and once they have to get people that can't get approved, at our Mitsubishi store, last week, we spent a week on one person just getting them approved. Imagine if you tried that direct to consumer with everybody around the United States, how challenging that would be. So again, my bottom line is just be the best we could be as a group of dealers. We have to be the best we could be, and we're going to be around a long time.
Chris, what a great message. Thank you so much. On behalf of the fixed ops community, we're very privileged to have you today. And obviously we want to welcome you back because, you're the real deal. And Chris Saraceno, everybody, the vice president and partner at the Kelly Automotive Group and best-selling author of The Theory of 5. Chris, thank you on behalf of the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Thank you again. It's my honor.
Would you change a tire without an impact wrench? Then why document a repair story without the pencil wrench? Have you seen these type of warranty claims and legal ticking time bombs being generated at your store? Did you know dealers are 10 times more likely to get audited by the manufacturer than by the IRS? Experts say the number 2 reason for warranty debit is improper documentation of the complaint, cause, and correction. Let's face it, our technicians are the very best at diagnostics and repairs. Typing, spelling, grammar, not so much. Technicians are compensated for fixing vehicles, not technical composition. However, almost every dime collected relies on solid documentation. You'd never see your physician wasting billable hours by typing away at a PC. Why would we squander our most valuable commodity we sell in our service departments? With Pencil Wrench on your workbench PC, you'll immediately compose clear, concise, and OEM-compliant repair event descriptions in a matter of seconds. Pencil Wrench takes the worry out of warranty compliance by ensuring every story has the 6-phrase OEM format. With our super quick point-and-click composition, your technicians will spend more time under the hood generating precious billable hours. The question always is, will it work for my store? The proof is in black and white, but more importantly, see what our clients are saying about us. Experience our incredible support team, add billable hours, increase throughput, and provide your clients with a transparency like never before.
Take a moment now to step out of the speakeasy and scan the QR code on your screen to vote for the Best Practice Awards that will be announced at the end of day 3. Remember, every vote counts, so make sure to vote for the 5 speakers or panelists whom you think are the most dashing gals and guys on the Fixed Ops Roundtable. And don't forget, you can only vote once.
Companies across diverse industries conduct a lot of vehicle moves every day. But are you tracking the efficiency and cost of these moves? The level of time and planning, or lack thereof, going into them? Many businesses actually fail to track vehicle movement costs, and that leads them to encouraging, whether they know it or not, wasteful uses of time and money. This is where Traver comes in. We move vehicles daily, at any scale, from local to international, empowered by our AI logistics platform. When it comes to vehicle movement, Traver takes all the heavy lifting off your staff. Your employees are tasked with moving vehicles, people, and packages every day. Traver's simple web interface makes it easy for your people to track and control the chaos. Then, our drivers get minute-by-minute instructions via the app, making sure everyone is on the same page. The Traver platform matches pickup and delivery tasks with drivers and then coordinates drivers to trips. It adds efficient logistics to your operation. Our platform constantly optimizes routes, termination points to origination points, and rideshare versus chase decisions. In practice, it eliminates the need for a chase vehicle over 40% of the time, saving your business time and money. To keep your operation consistently staffed, Traver can predict workforce shortages against daily demand and find insured, vetted drivers ASAP. Best of all, Traver is flexible with your infrastructure. It seamlessly integrates with your software and processes, so you don't have to change a thing. You can use the platform to optimize your existing operations. You can take advantage of Traver's network of drivers, or you can use a combination of both. We make it easy for any business to move vehicles. Whether it's one truck, hundreds of cars, or 1,000 semis, our online platform does it all for you. Sign up today, and we will waive all setup fees, and we'll credit your account with $200 for free moves.
Up next is Brad Schaefer from Recontract, who knows the inside scoop on spiffing up your vehicles to get them frontline ready.
Welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. There is a topic that has been recurring and coming up throughout this event and previous events on reconditioning. Today, we're going to talk about the way your techs approach recon. And with us today is Brad Schaefer, who's the Director of Product Management at ReconTrack. Brad, welcome to the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Thank you for having me, Ted.
Brad, a great honor to have you. You've got a great retail background, and JM Lexus and Walzer, those are some pretty big names.
I've been in the business about 25 years. I've got the scars to prove it. It's been a fun 25 years, and I love the retail world. This is the topic we're going to talk about today has a lot to do with the experiences we've had throughout those years.
And I think our audience appreciates that. I know they do, Brad, because, they're retail and they want to talk to folks, who've, earned those scars. And, no better topic than to do that with right now than recon. So, Brad, when you look currently at the state of reconditioning right now, given the current market and the climate, what are you seeing there?
I think we can say that the sky is falling mentality is kind of over, right? I mean, after, COVID and all the problems we've had over the last few years, everybody was in flux on whether to buy, whether to sell, whether to, stand down. Nobody really knew what to do. I think that's kind of over. I think the market is somewhat stabilized. I'm hearing, the things we're hearing is it should get back to normal in the fourth quarter, but nobody has a crystal ball on that, right? We've been saying that for a year now, and things keep happening. So, there's a few things out there that, you've got General Motors. They're sitting on 120,000 cars right now that have been built, but they're still waiting for a part. So what I'm hearing is in the fourth quarter, those are things that those cars are going to start to be released. Think about it. You had 19, you had the parts strike with General Motors, which caused some production issues. You had COVID in 2021. It's 2022 now. You've got you can't get parts, you can't find people, but everything that I'm hearing is they're expecting a little bit of relief here in the fourth quarter. You've also got things like Zoom and Carvana and CarMax. They haven't been buying it lately. It's kind of brought the used car market down a little bit. So when those players start to get back into the buying mode, that could also swing the market up a little bit. So, we're here in fourth quarter is going to be a little bit of relief, but it's realistically, I'm also hearing it's going to get somewhat normal within about a couple of years. One thing I do know though is, the great leaders are still doing great. The struggling ones are still struggling, and the medium ones are still in the middle.
So that brings me, Brad, to this. A lot of dealers, a lot of managers are saying, I understand the importance in this last year, especially, on getting those vehicles, to market, to frontline ready as quick as possible. We've put an emphasis on that. We're doing a lot of that right now, and our cycle time is fine. Okay, but I think they're probably overlooking some things. So share with us what some of those might be.
You can always get better at recon. I mean, no matter how well you're doing, you got to continue to stay focused on it. And there's always things that you can do to get better. Right now, we're seeing record reconditioning amounts, right? We're older cars, more expensive parts. You're seeing record times as well. Finding these parts, these cars can sit for a while. Trying to find technicians to work on these. I mean, it's things that it's continuing to get worse. Not better as an industry as a whole. So there's always been two things, right? It's turns and it's depreciation, right? I mean, that's been 100 years around for used cars. The depreciation, that's a little weird right now, right? I mean, it's more of appreciation. These cars are worth more used than they are new in some cases, and that will not stay that way, obviously. The other thing is turns, right? I mean, it's all about the turns. If I'm gonna sell you this phone and I'm gonna make $10 every time I sell this phone, and I sell 10 of them in a year, it's $100. Well, the goal is to sell 15 of these. It's no different in a car. So you got to get those cars acquired, reconditioned, and sold so you can turn your money. I mean, most used car managers are given an allotment of money. They got $1 million, or they got $500,000, or $2 million to spend on their used car inventory, and they've got to be able to turn that money as fast as possible. And sometimes it's a space issue. So again, turning these cars as fast as possible, through an automated process to get these things out is what you need to continually focus on.
And Brad, I think that's what at Recontract that you help bring to the dealers. Okay. You focus on that automation. You do this so well in so many dealerships. Let's talk about that automation of the recon process. What pieces have you seen that would be missing in automated workflows that, some areas that dealers may not have considered up until this time?
There's differences in automation, right? I mean, I've hopped in some cars with some friends and their steering wheel buzzes a little bit. And I go, what is that? And they say, well, it's a self-driving car. Well, it may be a lane assist. I mean, I'm talking full automation. I'm talking Tesla where techs can give cars to techs, or technicians can move cars to technicians, and vendors complete tasks and they move down the line to the next stage. So, you want a tool. You want a tool that it immediately goes from when you acquire the vehicle into your reconditioning tool, right? You can't have those delays of a day or two. If the tools you're using have those delays, is it truly automated, right? You want to be able to give, when the tech's done, you can't have that 6-7 hours where the guy, takes them from one tech to the next. I mean, these are precious moments that you're losing. You're not going to get that time back. I mean, full automation means creating repair orders out of the tool. It means, adding opcodes to the repair order. It means, pushing that information right to the RO, right? These are the things that you need to do. You need to be able to remove the human element out of moving these cars and tracking these cars, because listen, I'm fairly good at what I do, but I can assure you that I've made some mistakes on where cars need to go and where cars are at. And without having the automation, it's going to be difficult. I mean, you think about it, you want tools that people, one of the things we've always focused on is making sure that the end users are using the tool, right? I mean, do you use Google, Ted?
All day long, all day in and out, all night long as well, too, sometimes.
You use it because it helps you, right? You use it because it's beneficial in many of areas in what you do every day, right? You have instant information, you have your emails. These are things that help you, right? So we've spent a lot of time making sure we're focused on the end user so that they like it and it helps them make money. If you're forcing, I mean, any tool out, it's a CRM, any tool, if you're forcing people to use a tool, what's going to be the end result? It may take a month or it may take a year, but what's going to happen? Right? They're probably going to stop using that tool. So regardless of the tool, you want to make sure that the tool is helping the technicians, helping the users, and that information then gets sourced back to the decision makers, which is typically the used car managers in real time. And you can use that information to make the better decisions of what to do on these vehicles.
And Brad, your technology really puts focus on this, because time is money, right? And, they're able to, decision makers at the retail level, as you and I have been, are able to see, exactly status, what's going on, where we're at. And in most dealerships, and let alone dealer groups, there's a lot of money on the line.
Correct. Yeah, these things are typically depreciating, but it's mostly it's about the turns, right? If it's sitting in the back of the shop, you can't sell the car and you can't turn that inventory faster. So yeah, that's correct.
I saw some news recently, and I want to congratulate you about the news about Hendrick Automotive Group using Recontract in their dealerships. And I know that some people in the audience are going to look at that, Brad, and they're going to say, well, of course, Brad got a major group there, to use Recontract. But, that's not always the case. Why should a medium or a smaller group or even an individual rooftop, consider reconditioning software in general?
Right. Well, we do well with the groups, right? We create standardization and we can control the inspection process, and sure, we're good for those groups. But the smaller stores we're equally as important, right? You have different challenges, right? You don't have as many people that can work on these cars. You're outsourcing the wheel repairs. You're outsourcing the detail. You may not have the parts on the shelf, so you've got to know where every delay is on every vehicle. You need to be able to click a couple of buttons and know which ones are delayed, why they're delayed, and which step they're delayed in. And these are important things regardless of how big you are. I mean, talk a little bit about Hendrick, right? We're proud to, they're a great group, right? Very, very smart people. They're focused on their brand, right? Their brand is consistency of quality, right? So when you go to a store, regardless of where you are with Hendrick, you're going to find the same level of quality. And they do that by controlling how these cars are inspected, the processes in which they go through. They listen to their people, right? They put tools in place that their people say help them do their jobs. And so they've been a great partner. They've provided us a ton of information. They help us get better all the time because they're trying to get better on themselves.
That word you just said, Brad, consistency. I think that is so important on the retail side, whether you are a Hendrick or whether you're a small group or an individual store, to have that consistency in the retail process, in the reconditioning process. And like you just said, to see if there's any trends as to where the hangups are and to be able to have a big picture, bird's eye view of that.
Right. Yep, absolutely. It's you've got to be, the way we do it, we control how the cars are inspected, what has to be approved, what doesn't have to be approved. These are things that are very consistent if you want to have a brand. And in the used car world, you need to have a brand. Your brand might be a $7,000 few dents and dings, or it might be, perfectly reconditioned vehicles, but you've got to have a brand to have a robust used car department, whatever that may be, and it's got to be consistent.
If you or I had written a book, there's no way you or I could have envisioned 2 or 3 years ago where we are today and what's happened, and like you just alluded to, the used car values and what's happened with the market. Last question for today, Brad. What does the future of reconditioning look like from your vantage point there as Director of Product Management at ReconTrack, working with so many dealers, so many brands with this amazing platform?
I wish I had a crystal ball. I would be very wealthy if I did, but Recon's kind of been the same for 100 years, right? Buy a car, get it reconditioned, get it on the front line as fast as you can, right? The one thing I can say with assurance that we need to be prepared for, that we've had a lot of conversations, it's EVs, right? I mean, I'm sure you don't know the number, but I looked this up. How much we spent on that we've spent back in 1960s to try to put a man to the moon? It was about $25 billion, which in today's world is $158 billion was the focus to put a man on the moon. So far, the auto manufacturers have invested $515 billion in plant and EV technology. So that's coming fast. I mean, 10 years ago when the first Prius came out, we all had the question, is it going to stick or people going to use? There's no question anymore. It's coming fast. So, these are going to be risky acquisitions, very expensive, right? You need to make sure you're inspecting these cars right, because if you buy the wrong car, I mean, you could be sitting on a $20,000 bill on some of these repairs, right? So you've got to be able to have the inspections need to be different. You need to be able to somewhat control your costs on these things through the reconditioning process. I mean, we're going to have to, you go to use your standard inspection today and they're going to be looking for, oil and things like that these cars don't have. So that's one area that I can say that we need to be looking at in the future. And we are here at ReconTrack.
Everybody, a lot of things happening in the near term and the long-term future in our industry. Brad Schaefer is the Director of Product Management at ReconTrack. Brad, if our audience, our leaders, our dealers, our fixed ops, service managers, used car reconditioning managers want to reach out to you or to ReconTrack to get more information on what you could do for them specifically, Brad, how do they go about doing that?
Best way is probably our website, recontrack.com.
Okay. And I saw that you're also on social media. We're connected now on LinkedIn as well. So I see that you're active as well on there. So, great honor to have you with us and to have you address the roundtable today, Brad.
Thank you.
Yeah. So everybody, on behalf of the Fixed Ops community, I'd like to thank Brad Schaefer from ReconTrack for being with us today. Brad Schaefer here today at the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Thanks, Ted.
Hi, I'm Greg Euland, and today I get to sit down with Chris Little, the Vice President of Variable Operations at Hendrick Automotive Group. Chris, thanks so much for sitting down and talking.
Yeah, looking forward to it, Greg. Thanks a lot.
Chris, we've had quite a partnership over the years, and we're very proud to be able to continue to expand that partnership through our reconditioning software called Recontract. How did you come to the conclusion that using software to automate a lot of this was the right answer? How did you get there?
I got really tired of hearing people tell me when I say, how long does it take to get cars to the front line? And they go about 5 or 6 days. That tells me I don't know. And, that means 10 days, really. If you put it, and then we would do trials where we just put a grease pencil on the window, the date it was taken in, the time it was taken in, and that stayed on that car until it was brought to the used car manager and fully done. And it was astounding that, some of these were 7, 8, 9 days. And we're thinking, industry, our best, what we want to be is 3 days or less. That's our goal at Hendrick Automotive Group, to be there.
What led you to Recontract specifically? Why did you decide to go that route versus another?
100% decision was the integration. We think it's a valuable tool to have everything talk as one. And if we can do that, then that will define where the leaks come from. And nobody can hide behind that stuff. So that really helped us make our decision as being 100% integrated.
To kind of put a bow on this, if a dealership were to come to you and they said, we're thinking about installing this product called Recontract. We have a little bit of an issue in recon and we want to speed it up. What's your advice? What's your perspective?
I really think you got to be able to measure it to manage it. And that's what the tool really will help you. So if you're really going to get serious about and you really want to increase your gross profit, I would say that you ought to buy a Recontract software to be able to come in and help you manage this process. Once it gets put in and the processes are set, it kind of manages itself. Everybody knows what they got to do. And I'll promise you'll get really good results out of it.
Chris Little, Vice President of Variable Operations at Hendrick Automotive Group. Thank you very much for your perspective and for taking the time to talk today.
Hey, it's been a pleasure. Thanks again for everything y'all do to help us get better.
Absolutely. We'll talk to you later.
Point your peepers forward. Next up is the head honcho of RepairPal, Art Shaw.
Welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. And it's time now to hear from the consumer, and nobody better to tell us their perspective than Art Shaw, who is the CEO of RepairPal. He's been a big friend of the Fixed Ops community for quite some time. He's quoted throughout the event by a lot of industry experts. Art Shaw, welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Thanks, Ted. I'm super delighted to be here today.
And Art, may I say, you look fantastic. You look amazing and dashing. So, welcome again.
Roaring 20s. You won't catch me in a tie too often, but for you, Ted, I'm here.
Art, thank you so much. We're humbled to have you. And as I mentioned, RepairPal is, I see it everywhere being quoted. It's throughout the event here and throughout the industry. And there's nobody really better to tell us about car ownership trends from the consumer's point of view, not our point of view as dealer operators, but really come to you for that perspective. So, Art, kind of kick us off today with what you're seeing happening there.
Yeah, thanks, Ted. It's super important because people who are here are running very important businesses, and they're very complicated businesses. There's people, there's parts, there's real time, there's customers, there's profits and costs. And so sometimes it's hard to take yourself out of that day to day. I know it is for me sometimes running RepairPal to understand what's going on with the consumer. So I thought I'd share a couple of thoughts. I'm going through the process right now of buying a car, and it's a really wonderful process. A little costly these days, of course, but it's great. What happens to consumers once they buy a car? Well, almost over half, increasing every day, 58% years ago, most consumers are going to ride that car all the way to the graveyard. These cars are built incredibly well. So it's a different mindset than before. Some people will flip it because they want a new car, but a lot of people are continuing to ride that car to the graveyard, so that the average age of the car on the road today, as most people know, is what, Ted?
Boy, average age is up there, Art. I'm going to guess 8-9 years.
12.2 years, Ted.
Wow, I'm not even close. Wow.
Yeah, and that's increasing with the limited supply issues we're facing. So now I get this car and I'm going to ride it for a long time. I had a great relationship actually with the dealer that I'm purchasing it with. And what happens? Well, post warranty, when I have a repair, and about 40% of the time in the year when someone has an issue with the car, it's a repair rather than a routine maintenance. So almost half of the time. Well, what do I want? Before I choose where I go, what do I want? What percent of people, Ted, do you think value quality over price when it comes to car repair? Quality over price.
Huge.
Yeah, it's 81%.
Absolutely. Yeah, it's got to be.
Because you're driving your kids in the car. You're driving your family, yourself at high speeds. So people want quality. Well, doesn't that seem to fit really, really well with dealers?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Where do people go to try to figure out where to get their car fixed? They've already bought the car at a dealer. What percent of people today with the internet, or I should say this data is pre-pandemic, ask friends and family, where should I go to get my car fixed? Versus go to the dealer versus maybe even go online. This is a few years ago.
Well, I would say since trust is such a big factor, I would trust somebody I know, somebody in my own family or a close friend. So I would seek out some advice if I didn't know already.
Perfect. 86%. So I know the dealer. I had a good relationship buying my car. And yet when it comes to that important moment, I seek other advice. Okay. Now, what's the outcome over the past many years of my choice? Where do I end up going, Ted? Well, over warranty, once the warranty's over, a lot of dealers I talk to say I keep 80% of my customers. Well, 80% per year. So by year 10, if I started at 100% at the end of warranty year 3, fixing all repairs, not maintenance, we can talk about that. But if I keep 100% at the end of year 3, and then I keep 80% per year from there on in, what percent of customers do I have at the end of 10 years, still before the average age of a car?
I'm thinking it runs out, Art.
Yes, 20%, Ted. If you do the math by the average age, year 12, we're talking 13%.
Wow, 13.
That's the reality. So here we are, all these amazing people working incredibly hard to create these very, very high quality, high service environments. And yet they're left with, at the average age of the car, 1 in 10, 1 in 9 of the people who are getting their cars fixed there. Okay, why, Ted?
I would think a lot of factors are time goes by. They forget the original dealer experience. We don't stay in touch with the customer. There are other factors online, other competitors out there who are seeking their business.
Yeah, see, you're good at this job, Ted. You're great. You know the space.
I'm getting it down, Art. If this doesn't work out, I can always come to you. So,
Ted, we've done the research twice, and both times said effectively the same thing. The dominant reason people stop using the dealer, even though I just had a wonderful experience, I couldn't be more excited about the car I'm about to get. The first time we did it, 73% of people said they're worried about price. The second time we did it slightly differently, 81% said price and trust. So you've built this great business. You've got me in the beginning with my car, and yet only 1 in 9 stay and the others leave for one main reason. Even though I value quality, right? So let's look at let's do a parallel before we get into how we change this for car repair. Let's look at a parallel in car buying, because dealerships have gone through that. What percent of consumers go online in researching car buying today?
101%.
Yeah, 95%.
Yeah.
What are the 2 things they look for? Price.
I would.
And reliability.
Okay. Yeah.
Price is the number one. Top reason. 71%. How many people actually use third-party sites? And do they use third-party sites more or less than the dealer and more or less than the OEM in car buying? We're not getting to car repair yet.
In car buying, I would imagine it's pretty high.
Yeah. 3 out of 4 people use third-party sites in car buying. They're looking for independent information about reliability and price because they're worried, right? And more than use the dealer themselves and more than use the OEM. Not to say that they don't use multiple channels, they do. So here's another one. If 95% go online, pre-pandemic, this is new data that come out a year or two ago. Pre-pandemic, what percent of people completed the transactions for a car online? 2. During the pandemic, what percent of people completed the car purchase online? Most folks in the audience probably know. 30%. So think about the transformation of the use of online to help a consumer in the journey of car buying. Consumers, 95% go online. They're looking first and foremost for price transparency. Also reliability, because those are tied in terms of key buying factors. And over time, they're increasing their willingness to use the internet almost completely in the experience.
Yeah.
Right? And still, the number one thing consumers still want online in car buying is price transparency further. Still today. That's how important it is. So let me spend a couple seconds about RepairPal. What we've witnessed is the industry is transforming. We have met so many great people on your panel, Ted, and we hear how they want to be transparent and trustworthy. We do. In fact, one of the words that's come up on your panel a few times that has really struck me with really, I'm honored to hear it, is people who are fixed ops directors and leaders calling the customers who come to them guests. Think about that transformation.
Huge.
Yeah. So what we're doing at RepairPal is helping what is already absolutely fundamental to the leaders in this space, transforming the industry where 8 out of 9 people leave because they don't trust, and they don't trust around pricing, to treating car owners as guests. And in that, we do 3 things. The first is we try to build clarity, trust, transparency around fair pricing, the number one objection, right? Most of the fixed ops directors I talk to invest their time on better data. That's important, right? Better ways of communicating like texts. That's important. But I believe, and I might be misquoting, Steve Covey once said, if you want to make massive change, transformative change, you don't keep getting better, you change your paradigm. I think it's time to change the paradigm in this industry. And I couldn't be more honored to have met more leaders through your roundtable who are thinking this way. They're thinking about guests. They're thinking about customer sat. And they're also thinking about fair profits for their business. They go hand in hand. Doesn't have to be a trade-off. So what we do is we certify dealers, as we have done with independents. And the key thing for dealers is using a fair price estimator we've had for 15 years, Ted, since 2007, that's built around high quality, average dealer labor rates, MSRP on parts. It's not about cheap. It's not about a price war. And we find so many dealers who are attentive to pricing, who are thinking about it, who have a dare to compare board or are getting some competitive info, they're already there. If you're fixing a Nissan in an urban area, it's pretty hard to charge way beyond what is the market rate. So people are already trying to do it, but guess what? Consumers don't believe that. They don't trust. So we certify dealers to help change that transformation, just like all the things we talked about. Number one reason is price. Number one reason is price and trust. Dealers need help. Consumers are used to using third-party validation in car buying. They need help to hear it because so many dealers are actually building great businesses, but they need to change the consumer perception, not just find out better ways to think about reaching them. So that's kind of the main thing that RepairPal is doing. I can also talk to you if you'd like a little bit about bringing new customers and recall some of the other things we're pretty excited about. But what I wanted to share today with you more than anything is if you think about it from a consumer point of view, it's an incredibly delightful experience to buy that car. Not always, sometimes it's rough, but you're so excited. And then it's a vulnerable, worrisome experience to get it fixed, filled with worries and distrust. I mean, Forbes did, a study on the least trustworthy professions. I won't mention the bottom two, right? So that's what a consumer is going through. We're here as a third party to help dealers who are already thinking about guests in this transition for price transparency and trust.
Art, we've had a number of RepairPal certified dealers here on the Fixed Ops Roundtable, and we will again here at this event. And one of the things we hear from them is that it helps give not just the guest, but it gives the service advisor confidence in that it shows that that price is fair, the work is fair. Talk to me about some of the feelings consumers have about doing business with dealers in particular. What are you seeing out there in the market, Art?
Yeah, thank you. One fixed op director we met through your panel, Steve Hill. Yeah. After he became RepairPal certified, said what surprised him most was his people. The confidence they had knowing that they're representing a fair institution, a trustworthy institution that's trying to treat people fair, and particularly the new service advisors, the new BDC personnel. They came in with a level of clarity and comfort as opposed to have been beaten down by price because they already know they're fair priced. So yeah, it's really, and people are the most important asset that we have to present to our guests. And so, yeah, watching the people feel great because they actually will say, hey, Ted, I know you had an estimate today for $1,200 worth of work that you might not have known you had coming, but we're RepairPal certified. So please know, A, you needed the work, and B, we're treating you fairly, and that's a fair price. And Stephen found that the win-backs went up 25% as a result. So having your own people inspired and feeling great about where they work, we think in the long run that will help with turnover and all sorts of things, but we're not there yet. We don't have enough history to show that. What we do know is that day by day, service advisors, BDC personnel, fixed ops directors, I love visiting RepairPal certified dealers and seeing right on their desk, high quality, fair prices, because that's what they represent in this transformation of our industry to move up on trust and to keep more business that we deserve to keep.
Steve Hill at I-10 Toyota is a great example of a wonderful culture that he has been a big part of instilling at that dealership. And you mentioned trust and RepairPal, and it all goes hand in hand. Two areas I want to ask you about, Art. Number one, how does RepairPal help dealers deliver new customers? And number two, talk to us about recalls.
Thanks. So RepairPal has been around, as I mentioned, for about 15 years. Okay. We have the largest marketplace site, third-party site for understanding car repair. Our typical customer who comes to our site spends about $600 to $1,000 at a dealership. Why? That's a big number because an average dealership, it might be $250 or $320, depending on, could be a little more. Well, if you take out the simple maintenance, like the oil changes at $150 and below, or wiper blades or anything else, and you recalculate the average, yeah, that's $600. People come to our site for mid to major mechanical repairs. We have 4 million uniques every month.
Wow, 4 million every month.
For car repair. We're not the biggest site in the car world, but for car repair, for understanding where to go. And we present consumers with two things, quality and price transparency. Both quality transparency, particularly for the independents, and price transparency, particularly for the dealers. And then consumers building trust end up going to our RepairPal certified dealers. And they spend an average of $600 to $1,000 on a repair. And so by having the number one site where people are looking for this, remember we said 85% went offline, yet 95% of car buyers go online. This is only coming further and further as we go. People are going online more and more. They're going to use third-party sources. We have 15 years of credibility in service. And so we're delighted for Fair Price dealers to let a customer know that's a safe place to go.
Love it. And about recalls, because I see a lot of recalls in the news. You know, how does that play into this, and how does that factor in?
Yeah, so we launched a recall checker not that long ago.
Oh.
Guess what percent of people coming to the recall checker actually had a recall? 30. So we have 4 million uniques. It's not across the whole site, but in that area, and we're expanding it across the site as we go, 30% did. Of those 30%, we, from an initial launch, are directing 11% to dealers. So they're trusting us in the process. And guess what else, Ted? What do you think the average age of a car on the road, of a car not on the road, a car with a recall through our site is? What's the average age of those recalls?
Boy, there's newer vehicles with recalls. I know that for a fact. I don't know, Art.
12 years.
Wow.
So think about it. Right when a dealer is just on the downward side of keeping a customer, right? 100% at year 3, 80% year 4, 80, down to 20% at year 10, 11%, 13% at year 12. We're bringing those recalls to dealers. Now, here's how it all comes together. If 30% of the people going through the recall checker have a recall, why is that? Why are there so many cars in the road with recalls? Clearly, there's new recalls all the time. But more importantly, what's the number one reason consumers don't get a recall fixed? Don't check in a recall, don't get it fixed. The number one reason, it's the same reason dealers lose business over time, is they're worried the dealer will try to sell them more during the visit. It's a trust issue yet again for recalls. Recalls free. And guess what? We find that most customers do have more work to be done. Of course they do.
Of course we do. Yeah.
They want to go to a place that's going to treat them right, that's fair priced, so that when they have to get that work done, not only do they get the recall done for free, and they also are told other work to done, they know they're in a trusted place. It's part of the transformation. And with something as powerful as a free recall and a safety recall, and the number one reason people aren't getting it done is because they're worried about going into the dealership for a free repair around something safe, right? This is the transformation that we're trying to help. And I see it already in the leaders in, on your, round. I see that people are ready for this transformation to change the nature of our industry with high quality service, with great businesses, with profits.
And Art, I think the people who are watching today, they are the better dealers, the better dealership managers. Those are the ones who are good and want to get great, and those who are great who want to get even better. So I do think we have that small percent who want to take the lead, and we see that now with what RepairPal is doing, Art.
So here's an idea for you, Ted. Okay. How about thinking, and I'm not recommending, but thinking about, instead of the Teddings Fixed Ops Roundtable, the Teddings Fixed Ops Revolution.
Ooh, boy, that's catchy, Art.
You're right. The people who are here today are the leaders of the industry. And we believe we're honored to be part of this transformation for these incredibly high quality businesses, now bridging the trust gap with consumers to provide them the information they need because they're running fair businesses, and helping them in that regard. Anyway, it's just a silly idea, but
Art, I want to remind our audience two things today as you listen to Art Shaw, everybody. Art is the CEO of RepairPal, talking to us about some of the fundamentals in our industry. RepairPal understands our business. They work with dealers, they work with consumers, they understand the needs of consumers. And the dealers who are RepairPal certified dealers are now at the top of the chart. And I would encourage all of you to reach out to Art. You see at the bottom of the screen here, the ticker, repairpal.com/dealers. I encourage you to go there. There's a form you can fill out to get more information. Have Art and his team get in touch with you so you can become RepairPal certified and continue to build that trust. And Art, I also want to thank you on behalf of the Fixed Ops community, because the keynote that we're all hearing Art delivered today, we're all able to come here and be a part of this event, and it's complimentary for the audience to come in, listen, weigh in, and communicate and network with each other and with Art. And that wouldn't be possible without companies, great companies like RepairPal, who are some of the big standard bearers and supporting the Fixed Ops Roundtable. So Art, I want to thank you genuinely on behalf of the Fixed Ops community for all that you and RepairPal do for Fixed Ops.
We're delighted to support what you're doing, Ted, and honored to be part of your community.
Everybody, it only gets better. Art Shaw, the CEO of RepairPal, with us today at the Fixed Ops Roundtable. Thank you, Art.
Automotive repair is one of today's biggest necessary expenses. It can throw a consumer's budget into a tailspin. With 3 out of 4 customers going online to research prices, how can a dealership best position itself for success online and show that they are fair priced? That's where RepairPal can help. Each month, millions of customers trust RepairPal and our Fair Price Estimator to find high-quality auto repair at prices they can feel confident about. Customers input their vehicle information, select a service, and get an estimate range for their location. Estimates are calculated with regional labor rates, in addition to OEM and aftermarket parts prices. We don't compare facilities to one another in our estimator. Instead, we independently establish a fair price guideline that certified dealers abide by. Our estimator helps consumers understand what's involved in a repair and gives them the confidence to book an appointment at your dealership. What's more, you can include our estimator widget on your own website for third-party validation of your fair pricing. Learn more about our Fair Price Estimator at repairpal.com/estimator.
Ladies and gentlemen, hold on to your top hats. Up next is the president of Reynolds & Reynolds, Chris Walsh.
Welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. Chris Walsh is the president of the Reynolds & Reynolds Company. He is a 35-year veteran of Reynolds, having held several leadership roles. He says the company is focused more than ever on expanding its footprint in retail automotive, making it easier to do business with, and helping their customers achieve new levels of profitability. Chris Walsh, welcome to the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Hi, Ted. How are you? Thanks for having me. It's great to be here.
Chris, a great honor to have you with us. We've got a lot of dealer folks watching and a great audience, and so appreciate all that you do for retail automotive. If I can start out with you as president now at Reynolds, that's a role you took earlier this year. What's in store for Reynolds & Reynolds and its dealers as you look ahead?
Well, a year ago, we started on a path of operating our organization differently. I felt like there was an opportunity for us to partner with our customers in a much different way, to be a more flexible company, to be a company that was easier to do business with. And we're going to continue to do those things. So I think the way we interact with our customers and the industry as a whole is something that is really, really important to me. And certainly our software solutions is the backbone of our business. So we're going to continue to, invest in the solutions that we offer that help dealers be successful and maximize the opportunities that they have to be profitable.
Chris, it's an exciting time in retail automotive. I don't know about you, if I can never recall a time like we have right now. And our dealers have proven to be very, very resilient, I think is the word, over the last 2.5 years. What do you think are some of the positive takeaways for our industry as a whole?
Well, I think that, you just really kind of hit on it, I think. We've seen, I'm 35 years. I think you said you were 40 or 41 years. We've seen lots of ups and downs in automotive and lots of change. But, the industry as a whole, the retailers, as an organization, always seem to find ways to, not just survive, but to thrive. And I think it's a testimony to, the level of leadership that we have at the retail level, at the OEM level, that people are, sometimes we are not as quick to get in front of these things as we would like to be, but we always find ways to be successful. And I think the other good thing that's coming out of it, I think there's been a lot of acceleration that's happened, as a result of COVID and some other things around, what the consumer, really wants and how the consumer wants to communicate and be communicated with and how they want to interact and transact with retailers. And I think that's really caused us to step back and evaluate how we do things and try to find ways to, to be better for the end consumer. I think that's been a real positive.
I would agree. And it seems these past few years, service and parts have taken on fixed ops a new importance. How important do you think fixed operations is going to be to the success of the retail dealership model moving forward?
Well, I think it's always been vitally successful. We know that, I don't know what the numbers look like now, but traditionally it's always been that the majority of the profits came from the fixed operations side of the business in a dealership, right? And that's always been the way it is. And I'm sure it's still that way. It's probably been diminished somewhat given the inventory model that we're in right now, but it still contributes greatly to the profitability, of a dealership. So I think that's going to continue to happen. And I've always viewed the relationship that a customer has with a retailer. It's kind of like, if you think of that infinity symbol, it's that sideways 8. And, it basically says the customer is always in this perpetual loop. They buy a car and then they hopefully come in to get the vehicle serviced. You do a really good job taking care of that customer. When they're out of warranty, they don't leave and go someplace else. They stay there. And then you've got a much better chance of retaining, that customer. And we all know how difficult it's become, to retain customers. There's a lot of parity between brands these days. And it's, the difference between cars is not as great as it once was. So I think the difference becomes, the way the customer is treated when they're in the dealership. And a big part of that comes from, the fixed ops side. I think you buy a car, but I think the average customer comes into a dealership, you'd probably know better than me, 4 times a year. So you see that customer on the service side 4x, the number of times that you see them on the sales side. So it's just a great opportunity to reinforce, the individual brand of that dealership and why it's important that they stay, in that organization.
And, with the focus, like you just alluded to, on fixed, a lot of things have come to light. There's been a lot of discussion here at the Fixed Ops Roundtable about technicians, retention, general retention of employees. And a term that has come up that I had not heard a lot of in the past is dealership culture. And Chris, now we're hearing about dealership culture and its importance all throughout the roundtable. What are your thoughts on the importance of that dealership culture, and maybe an example or two that you could point to?
Well, I think the culture, frankly, in any organization is, critical. We're doing a lot, in Reynolds, part of what I want to do is change our exterior, but in order to change the exterior, you have to change the interior, as well. And everybody has to be focused on the same thing, which is our customer. And I don't think it's any different, for a dealership. And, it's interesting, I can walk in a dealership, I've been in thousands of dealerships, and, and I'm sure you have too. You can walk in and you can feel when it's a, throw the keys on the roof kind of place, right? It just has a feeling. I don't think there's that many of those out there anymore. But I think that, when a consumer walks in there, what that culture like is, translates into how they're communicated to, and, what the feeling is like to get a vehicle serviced or to buy a car. But I also think that, we think of culture and I just did it, right? I talked about when a customer's in the dealership, but we all know it is extending beyond the dealership now, right? There is, now a culture that exists when the customer's online. So when they're online and communicating with a dealership, and then they come in and it feels different, or it's not seamless, or they're being asked the same questions that they already asked online, it's not the experience that they want. So I think we have to think of, experience and culture as both, brick and mortar as well as, outside the four walls of the dealership.
Everyone, we're talking today to Christopher Walsh. He is the president of the Reynolds and Reynolds Company. Chris, there's a lot of talk in our industry about possibly some veiled attacks on the dealership franchise model. There's talk of factory direct online sales. With all of the information we see online about EVs coming to market rapidly, do you think dealers are going to be at risk of being cut out of the sales process that they've been in place for over 100 years now?
I mean, well, the first thing I would say is, I am a firm believer, always have and always will be, in the retail model, primarily just because I think the car business, one of the things I love about the car business is that it's a people business. It's why I've never left it. I love the people that I work with. I also love the people that I get to interact with, whether it's customers or, getting to know people like you or other industry influencers. It's a people business. And I think if you take that away, I think it harms, the brands themselves, whether it's, Ford, GM, Stellantis, Mazda, whoever it happens to be. I think you remove the people part of it. I think it hurts the brand. And because I think people, at the end of the day, it's the second largest purchase that an individual makes, is a vehicle behind a house. I think there's a lot of tension and stress that comes along with that. And I think when handled properly and you come into a dealership, whether it's online or in store, and you're handled well. I mean, I bought a car a year and a half ago in the middle of pandemic, and it was the best car buying experience I'd ever had. It was a younger sales rep, and I can't go into all the specifics. I can't recall all of them, but I just felt so good about the way he treated me and the entire process itself that I can't imagine not doing it that way and not being able to touch and feel a vehicle before you actually sit in it.
It's kind of refreshing, you and I, having been in the business all these years, right, to see a lot of these changes that we probably knew deep down had to come at some point. And like you said, what happened in the last 2-3 years has really accelerated all that and brought it to light.
Yeah, absolutely. So I think it's, at the end of the day, change is good, and sometimes when they force us to change quickly, that's also not a bad thing. I mean, we do have to, as an industry, we do have to evolve. I mean, we're always going to be changing. Our company is going to have to evolve, and, dealerships will have to evolve. And I don't think it's bad.
This past year, dealerships have had to evolve again, right? We've been facing this chip shortage now for some time, and likely into the future. Gas prices, interest rates. There's a lot of things that are beyond the dealer's control. What do you think, from your vantage point there, that dealers should be focused on right now, moving forward?
Well, I mean, I think certainly focus on the consumer. I think would be the biggest thing they need to do, and to look at their organization. I remember years ago, when I was in the web business, we used to do mystery shopping. You'd kind of go online and whether it was to make a service appointment or look for a vehicle and just see what happens. Do I submit a question? Do I get a response? And if I do, how long does it take? So that kind of, workflow inspection, I think is something that's really important. And I mean, car dealerships have become such complicated, businesses, over the years, where there's so many processes, some of them mandated by OEMs, others, just the way that a retailer happens to run their business. But I think looking at your processes relative to the consumer, putting yourself in their shoes and saying, what's it like to schedule a service appointment at my dealership? What's it like to search for a vehicle, on my website? What's it like to, find out what it would cost to get a particular, to get some service work done, or to buy a part from, what does that all look like? And where are my opportunities to, to remove friction, to make it more seamless, whether it's online or in store. I think that's, a great opportunity for dealers to do. It's something that we're really focused on with, that whole workflow and how we can, tighten it up a little bit and make it more consistent.
All the things you just mentioned resonate in one word that we're hearing a lot of at the roundtable. It's transparency.
Yeah.
We're talking about transparent processes for the consumer at the dealership level. Chris, now in service and in parts, a while back it was in F&I, it was in sales, but now it's come to the fixed ops side. And I think that's refreshing to see.
It is. And, we have not always been the most transparent company, out there. And it's something that I want to do a much better job with. I want to put the things out there, right or wrong, and let people know who we are. This is an example of that. I'm doing a lot more of these kinds of things. We were a very kind of silent company, in the industry. And I always felt like there was an opportunity for us to tell our story. And we've got a lot of smart people in our organization that know the car business really well, that, have ideas on how we can all get better. And I think it makes sense, to be transparent in that way. Not just in how we interact with our customers, but how we interact with the industry.
And you've got a lot of great dealers that you work with there at Reynolds, and so many best practices. I got to ask you about the FTC in the news these past few months. Federal Trade Commission has been in the news with a proposal of some new regulations for car dealerships on the advertising side, perhaps F&I and product disclosures. Your thoughts on that, and will that ultimately be good for the industry?
I have followed it. I will tell you, I'm as far from a tech guy as you're going to get. So, a lot of the stuff that gets talked about in this legislation is, way above my pay grade. But, things like, multi-factor authentication and data encryption, data disposal, penetration testing, training, all those things I think are really important, to do in this day and age. I mean, I think the thing about, ransomware and breaches is that nobody thinks it's ever going to happen to them. It's always going to happen to someone else. And there's lots of stories out there. I mean, every day something happens, maybe not in our industry, but every day something happens. And there's lots of stories out there in automotive of dealers, getting hit with ransomware, and the impact, is devastating, to a dealer. And, when you talk about, three things I think that the FTC safeguards is going to, force dealers to pay more attention to, which I think is really good and important, which is their business data, their consumer data, and how you keep your business running. And I think those three things have become, really critical. And you look at a car dealership and, the volume of information that they have in their name file, the number of consumers that they have, and not just the number. I mean, we're talking tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of consumers that they have information on in their system. And I'm not just talking about, their name. We're talking about, PII and sensitive PII information that, that's what people want. And these, these hacking organizations are sophisticated beyond words. I mean, I've been educated a little bit on how they work, and their businesses. It's not, a guy in a hoodie in a basement. It's a business. And it's run very, very well, and they're very, very good. So we have to do what we can to protect it. And it's one of the reasons why we made the decision to buy Proton, which is a IT infrastructure and cybersecurity company, because we felt like we've been focused on data security for a long time, and we felt like adding Proton, on top of our knowledge and our resources, bringing in their knowledge and their resources and our ability to scale gives us the opportunity to bring this solution to a broader number of dealers out there, because everyone's trying to figure this out. And it's really complicated legislation. There's a lot to it, and we feel like we can help, but it's something that everyone's got to pay attention to.
Chris, with these last 17 fixed ops roundtables, if you can believe it or not, one of the subjects we have not discussed is that cybersecurity. So at a future roundtable, I would be honored if you folks would share some best practices with our dealers, because that has now resonated to the top, and one of the things that we want to focus on. I wanted to ask you today about mobile service and talk a little bit about some of the things that are happening there. But it wouldn't be a Fixed Ops Roundtable if we didn't invite one of our dealers to come in. And so we have a very respected Reynolds and Reynolds dealer. It's Ed Roberts, who's the Chief Operating Officer at Bozard Ford Lincoln in St. Augustine, Florida. And I thought I would let Ed ask you a few questions. Ed, welcome.
Thank you.
Hi, Ed. How are you?
Good. How about you, Chris?
I'm doing great. Thank you.
It's good to see you on the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
It's great to be here.
Thank you. So I wanted to hit you with a few questions. One, you guys will talk about conveniences and various different things. And I wanted to ask you, as we shift into doing more remote deliveries, I believe it is still a person-to-person transaction, like you said, but not all the time do they feel comfortable coming out of their house or home, because that's their comfort zone, to make that transaction. And we're going to them more with mobile service. We're going to them to sell them a vehicle. Is there things in the pipeline? I hear the term retail anywhere. Is there things in the pipeline that allows us to be able to maybe access rentals through a mobile app or something like that?
Yeah, well, Retail Anywhere is our initiative to, basically take all of our products and services and enable dealers to be able to interact and serve their customers, whether they're online or whether they're in store. And service is certainly a big part of that. And on the vehicle side, we certainly have DocuPad Remote and Deal Sign and our e-contracting, which allows you to basically go soup to nuts and buy a vehicle, finance the vehicle, and the dealer can get fully funded online. Now, we're not seeing very much of that happen right now, but we want to position ourselves and give our dealers the ability to be positioned for the future. On the fixed ops side, we do have some solutions that we offer that will allow dealers to perform remote work. It's a tougher one to get your arms around, just because there's only so many labor ops you can perform, whether it's at a consumer's place of business or at their house. And do they want you performing work, in their parking lot or in their driveway is different. But I do think there's opportunities to do that. And we are looking at how we can do those kinds of things and how we can enable you to do things like that online. I don't know that we have it all figured out yet, but I don't know that any of us have it all figured out yet.
If we think we're due, we're backing up. That's for sure. But the idea behind mobile service, just like you said, we can't do everything in field, but the idea is if I can make it convenient for you to do service with me, and you do have to come visit me once in a while, then that's one thing. Because it's kind of like going to the hospital. Nobody likes to go to the hospital. Nobody likes to go visit anybody there. They'll do it out of necessity. And it's the same with the car dealer. Even though it's part of something that we have to go through, nobody likes to come in and do it. So when we can take the vehicle to them or come out and do a mobile service for them, then we take away some of those inconveniences and make it.
I was talking to so you just kind of sparked a thought in my head. I was talking to a dealer a couple months ago. I was out visiting some customers, and they happened to have a very large hospital that was very close to their dealership. And he was using, or considering using, I think is a better word. He was considering buying the GoMoto service kiosks. And one of the reasons he was considering buying them was not for his service department. It was to put them at the hospital locations, or to explore the opportunity to put them at the hospital locations, to try to capture the ability for people to come to work and be able to schedule service, and they would come get, the vehicle, because they had the advantage of proximity to get the vehicle, bring it back, get the work done, and bring it back to their dealership. And I thought that was, a really smart way to think about leveraging technology in a real out of the box, way, in order to, it's not mobile service, but it is, in a way it is mobile.
It's pick up and delivery. It's picking up the vehicle from their place of business and bringing it back to them. And another thing that GoMoto that I like about it is the opportunity for express checkout. Yeah. Once everything's taken place, there's no need, if they just want to come in and get the vehicle and go, it drop the keys out and it tells them what spot it's in, and they can go on about their business.
Yeah.
But I wanted to hit a couple other things. You guys have Shop View as part of your service platform. And for me as a COO, that certainly helps for me to be able to see what's going on in the shop and understand how many that we haven't had in and whatever else. Is there any enhancements coming to that, or do you have any other enhancements coming to any of the platforms going forward?
Well, with Shop View, one of the things we're going to do is we're going to continue to work on, we feel like, I kind of talked about this earlier, thinking about things through the eye of the consumer. Like, I want us to think about things through the eye of the consumer and our customers. So in this case, like someone like you, how does he use Shop View, and how could we how could we make it a more usable product than it already is? And I think a lot of that revolves around the UI that's out there. How do we make it, kind of prettier? How do we make it more flexible for you? So we're going to continue to work on those kinds of things. We've also learned that for new users of ShopView, how can we make it easier for them to learn it and use it even quicker? So we've come up with templates that they can use just to kind of get rolling. So you have it's already built for you, and then you can modify it as you go. And then the ShopView view that you have, we're working on giving you the ability to share that with other people, so that you can have more of a collaborative discussion around it. So those would probably be the big ones.
Nice. And I look forward to seeing some of those. Last question. There's a lot of talk about DMSs and whatever else. And if someone is looking to change DMSs, give me a couple of reasons why they should choose Reynolds & Reynolds.
Well, I mean, I think, our legacy in the business, we started automating dealerships in I think 1961. We were one of the first to do it. So I think we've got, a long history in automotive of helping, retailers be successful. I mean, we are firm believers in the retail model. Being transparent, I fully understand that, we have in the past not maybe operated that way and not been as flexible of a business partner as we could have been. And that's a big area of focus for me. I mean, I think that if we can, remove all of those kinds of things and, focus on our customer, the way, I describe it is, I'd like the DNA of our organization to be one that, everybody, and I mean everybody, whether you're selling something, somebody is in our technical assistance center, or you're someone that answers the phone when, a controller or office manager calls with a question about their bill. If every day you wake up and you want to play your part in having our customers be successful, I think ultimately we will be successful. And if you're in that mind frame, that, everything we do is about our customers. I mean, at the end of the day, if you don't have customers, you don't have a business. And we got to recognize that our customers are the most important thing, that we have. It is our greatest asset. We have to treat it that way. We have to respect it. We have to not take it for granted. And I think when we do that, we can open up the doors to talk about our solutions. So we've got a great, set of products that we offer that's used by, thousands of customers, and it's used by some of the largest organizations, in the industry, and it's used to, to power and help their business, be successful. And I want to help. I want to do more of that. And I want to help, customers like you. How can we help you use the things that you have even better, given that the changes that are happening in the world and in our industry? How can we help you use those things better to help you be successful? And I think I could talk about our products, all day long and what they do, but I feel like that kind of an approach feels like the right approach for me.
Well, it sounds like you want to help dealers be progressive, and if we're not being progressive, then we're backing out, and somebody's going to take our business away from us. So, great approach there. Thanks for your time there, Chris.
You're welcome, man. It's great to see you.
You as well.
Ed, I appreciate the questions from your perspective as a longtime Reynolds dealer and a big volume dealer for Ford and Lincoln. And the Bozard organization does a great job in retail, and Ed as well as in fixed operations. Chris Walsh, what a great opportunity. And thank you for sharing this information with the Fixed Ops Roundtable today. And Chris, very refreshing as well to hear your answers.
Well, it's great to be here, Ted. And I will say, I've attended quite a few of these. I think these, kind of, educational forums, maybe is kind of what this is. I mean, I think it's so important to the future of our business, whether it's, me just listening or me talking, but sharing ideas. I think this is how, as an industry, we all get better. So I commend you on doing what you're doing and keep it up. And we're glad to be involved and help in any way that we can.
A great honor to have both of you. Ed Roberts from Bozard Ford Lincoln, thank you so much on behalf of the Fixed Ops community. And Chris Walsh from the Reynolds & Reynolds Company here today at the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
As consumer buying habits evolve, it's only natural for your dealership to grow too. The key is providing a seamless, engaging experience for your customers while also ensuring long-term dealership success. Introducing Retail Anywhere, a dealership-wide process that enables you to meet your customers' needs without sacrificing what's really important to you: profitability, accuracy, and efficiency. Here's what this looks like in the service department. A customer visits your website to schedule a service appointment. She's able to view current vehicle information, past vehicle repairs, needed maintenance, and previously declined work. With the click of a button, she selects repairs needed and schedules a service appointment. She arrives for her appointment, bypasses the line at the counter, and easily checks in by scanning her mobile QR code at a self-service kiosk. She also selects 2 add-ons offered to her and drops off her keys. As the technician performs the multi-point inspection, he tracks recommended work electronically. He links images and videos of repairs to the digital RO and lets the advisor know the inspection is complete. Pricing and parts availability are automatically tied to the digital RO, so the advisor simply sends a link to the customer to review and approve the work. When the customer receives the link, she is able to see all recommended repairs, including pictures and videos of her vehicle. She accepts one of the jobs, but declines the other. At the dealership, the advisor, technician, and parts department receive the customer's updates, and the approved work is started right away. Declined work is flagged for future opportunities. Once the work is completed, the customer receives another text alert with a link to view her invoice. She pays securely online and heads to the dealership to pick up her vehicle. It's after the service department is closed, so she checks out using a kiosk and receives her keys. Retail Anywhere is built on a single system, single process approach. It allows customers to schedule, review, and approve work on their terms, whether in-store, online, or both, while still allowing your dealership to retain profitability, accuracy, and efficiency. Retail Anywhere, without sacrificing anything.
Hey there, old sport. We need your help as we are dancing our way through the roaring 20s. We're on a mission to put an end to blood cancers. And with your help, we can do just that. Please scan the QR code now and share it with your peers so we can make the biggest impact yet.
Kids, they're just different than us. They have no inhibitions, consider silverware optional, and are way more flexible. And when kids get really sick, they're different than us too. That's why over 3 years ago, we dared to dream bigger when it comes to treating young people. Rethinking existing approaches that were causing devastating short-term complications and lifelong side effects. We created a children's initiative with the goal of transforming treatment and care through advocacy, education, and the largest global clinical trial for kids with blood cancer. It's a giant leap for little patients. For the first time, a specific treatment can be matched to a specific type of cancer in a specific child. We want to inspire more and more people to aim higher and think differently about children's blood cancer. So starting now, the Children's Initiative will be known as the Dare to Dream Project, expanding our efforts beyond families directly impacted by blood cancer to tell a much bigger story to a much broader audience. A simple message that kids are different, and finally, their cancer treatment will be too. It's a global effort that invites others to dare to dream with us as we work to raise $175 million. What started as an idea is becoming a movement, proving that amazing things happen if we just dare to dream. The Dare to Dream Project from the Leukemia and Lymphoma Society, transforming treatment and care for kids with blood cancer.